Here we go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you may be tuning in to us here at Bitcoin Unleashed London. And good morning to all of you who are here with us physically in London today. We have a exciting day ahead of us for day 2 here at Bitcoin Unleashed. For those that may be tuning in, a quick recap. Bitcoin Unleashed here in London, this is not the first time that we've hosted this event, but instead it has been hosted in Austin, Texas, Miami, Florida, virtually everywhere in the world, and now we are here in London, one of the next emerging crypto hubs in the world. Yesterday in day 1, we covered everything at the infrastructure level. We talked about the beginnings of the Bitcoin Layer 1, the upcoming and rising category of Layer 2s and scalability. What's needed, what's not, where things could and may not go when it comes to changes around the Bitcoin layers themselves. We also talked about potential applications, what could and could not be built around decentralized finance, all the way up through key new rising categories as well. We also had a ton of workshops and demos of some of the latest technologies in the space. Everything from the upcoming Nakamoto and SBTC releases around the Stacks ecosystem to many others as well. And today, we're going to continue those conversations. We're going to go from infrastructure, regulation, venture capital, and get into more of the specifics around categories. We're going to talk about communities. We're going to talk about ecosystems. We're going to talk a little bit more about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. We're going to talk about ordinals and a little bit more as well. So stay tuned. And just like yesterday, make sure to check out council.xyz/Bitcoin to chat in real time with everybody that's here in London and each and every one of you to your left and to your right and all of our speakers on stage. If you have questions at any time for our speakers, drop them in council. The speakers are in there, they're seeing them, we're seeing them, and we'll do our best to bring them up to the speaker's attention at any time. To give you a lay of the land for those who are here with us today in a little bit dreary, a little bit rainy London, we have 2 stages. You're here in the living room, your place to kick back, relax, and listen and take in all of our speakers here on the main stage. Behind us is the Dev Den. That is where all of the technical workshops and demos will be taking place. And in its unique experience, we have a silent disco type experience where you put on headphones, you can hear everything and not be distracted by any of the noise around you. We also have the Hero Lounge that will be taking place all day. So if you need to take meetings, you've got conversations, you're doing deals, whatever it is, go check out the Hero Lounge. There's plenty of comfortable furniture and room for you to discuss as well. There's a ton of giveaways, there's a ton of promotions, there's a ton of activations around us today here at day 2 at Bitcoin Unleashed, so take it in. With that being said, I'm your host and your guide for today here at Bitcoin Unleashed, Kyle Ellicott. Let's go ahead and get into today's programming and introduce our very first panel. And up first, as I mentioned, we're going to take the conversation from infrastructure over to communities. We're going to talk specifically on how Web3 communities can grow into full ecosystems themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our very first panel today and their moderator, Jenny from the Stacks Foundation. Nice to meet you as well.
Wow, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Go get him. Oh, it's okay now.
I just started college.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Can everyone hear me? This is great. I'm very soft-spoken. I love this mic. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny from the Stacks Foundation. I work on community programs and governance. And I'm really excited to be with this all-star community panel today as a fellow community builder myself. So today I'm here with Nat, co-founder of Stacks London, Craig, co-founder of Nonish and Procrastinate Pixels, Chris, founder of Console, and Anjali, co-founder of Collabland. Great. Okay, so before we get started, I want to just quickly go down the line and have each of you tell us a little more about the communities that you're building. So starting with Nat.
Okay, Nat Cole here, building the Stacks London community right here in London. I have been for maybe around 14 to 16 months at the moment in time, but just making people more aware of the possibilities that kind of Stacks brings to Bitcoin and kind of bringing people into the Web3 space with a Bitcoin first approach, so yeah.
I'm Craig, kind of started off as co-founder of Nonish, and then we created Guests and Procrastinate Pixels. We kind of focus on community throughout our projects and nurturing that community and creating tools to allow other teams to kind of give interactions to their communities as well.
Nice. Hey, my name's Castig, building Console. Console, somebody recently tweeted out online that they're trying to build better communities on a better internet. Her name's Riley Beans, and I saw that, and I was like, oh, I feel like that's the mission of Console, and so I've been saying that. So I feel like we're a platform, kind of like Discord, but for chat and for communities to build better communities on a better internet, and so that's what we're doing.
I'm Anjali. I am the co-founder of Collabland. Let's see, we are a community building platform initially on Telegram and now Discord, and also token-gated websites, really anywhere you want to bring your community. We have about 53,000 communities right now, probably a bunch you've heard of, mostly on Ethereum, Solana, Flow, NBA Top Shot, Bored Ape, lots of big brands too now. It's very exciting to see what's happening in the brand space. Yeah, and we've been doing this for a few years. All right, thank you guys, thanks for those intros. Okay, so following a brilliant suggestion from Anjali, we're actually going to start with a little icebreaker called Community Over or Under. So I'm going to list a community trend or tool, and each one of you is going to tell me whether you think it's overrated or underrated, and a quick explanation why you think that. And also the audience, you can participate. If you think something is overrated, give it a thumbs down. If you think something is underrated, give it a thumbs up. Okay? All right, so we're going to start with Discord, and I'm looking at Chris.
Do we just do thumbs up, thumbs down?
Over,
Like
underrated.
a dating reality show, or like,
Yes.
like pat or not?
Yeah. I'll start. Thumbs up, obviously, mainly because you have to meet people where they are, and that's where people are right now. So I'm going to give it a thumbs up.
I mean, thumbs down. We have a sign over here that says ditch Discord. I believe Discord was made for gamers and not community building, and so I think there's something better we could be doing. So
Yeah, I agree. I think thumbs down. I would say it's overrated. It wasn't built for Web3. It doesn't have the integrations with Web3, and I think there's certainly room for something more specific that caters to all our needs.
Yeah, and I think I've got to go with the YouTube with the thumbs down. It's like Discord serves a different purpose, I would say, definitely, and it is built for gaming.
Gotcha. Okay, audience, what do you think? Discord, overrated, underrated? Okay, a lot of underrated. I'm kind of with you, Anjali. I think that gotta meet people.
Louis
where they are.
Vuitton just joined. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for.
Okay, next up, PFPs, overrated or underrated?
PFP, you said?
Profile pictures.
Oh yeah, PFP. I
Yeah.
just didn't hear. Yeah.
Okay, am I starting? I don't know. I'm obviously thumbs up again, mainly because we come from the world of filters, and so I was getting so tired of my teenage kids using filters and everyone using filters to change their faces. Like, PFPs were a real liberation. I was calling it kind of freedom from your flesh suit, like being able to be whatever you want and being able to still have an identity with it. I think is pretty fantastic.
The thing I want to see is I'm multi-chain. I know we're at a Bitcoin conference. I love Ethereum too. I just want to learn and make the internet better. I love what ENS is doing with PFPs, where you have a global PFP and you put it to the chain and then you can use it across many apps. That's the kind of PFP I want to see because it builds trust if you're using the same profile across apps. And people want pseudonymity. I think that's also fine. But I think having the trusted option, I think ENS is really leading the way in that. I'd love to see more people embrace that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do agree with it's great that people can assume an identity other than their own, but for mass adoption, I think we'll probably, if things are going to be adopted widely, we probably go back to actual pictures of ourselves and not profile pictures.
I think I'd probably echo that as well. It's for me, I think like the technology behind it is very interesting, and what you put behind it, or the utility that you put behind it, could be very interesting. But in terms of, let's say, PFP craze, yeah, I'd say it's pretty overrated at this
Okay,
point. Yeah.
gotcha. Audience, overrated, underrated? Okay, mixed reaction. All right, final one, DAOs.
All right, well,
I'll go at the same time because then we can kind of like
yeah, does somebody else want to go first? I don't know.
Nat, do you
3,
wanna
2, 1.
Like teams, yeah.
Like it's a lot of pressure to put on Angela.
Well, I was thinking about it, but I would say right now there's very negative sentiment around DAOs. Everyone's kind of dumping on DAOs right now, so I would say underrated now, but as far as like, we have such a long way to go with DAOs, so I'm going to say overrated in general. There's a lot of things that need to change about DAOs, and I have a DAO, and so I will tell you that we are doing the work to try to make things better. So right now, overrated, in general, underrated.
Yeah. I agree with Angela. And we were talking at the dinner the other night. I think DAOs with leadership have a lot of potential. Like the decentralization's great. I think leaderless DAOs with no mission, like there's a lot out there that are just like faltering, I think. So yeah, I think there's potential. I agree, just that it's gonna take a little while or take some time.
Yeah, I agree. The potential's there for amazing things. I'm not hugely into that area, but I've seen some really cool things like there was the golf one, the Lynx DAO, and like if people got a specific goal in mind and allowing people to contribute to that, I think it's got loads of potential.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think all of us agree there with the potential is definitely there. Underrated in terms of where the DAOs can go, and in the wider world of people outside of these blockchain ecosystems. But yeah, right now, a little bit too much.
Okay. Audience, overrated, underrated? Oh,
See a lot of these.
Okay, undecided. All right, well, thank you for doing that. Let's get into the real community stuff. So this panel is focusing on Web3 communities, obviously. So first and foremost, I really want to talk about the differences between Web3 communities and Web2 or traditional communities. Nat, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I can do. I think I'd probably say like with Web2 communities, it's kind of they're kind of just following what's been put in front of them, I feel. Like what's happened now with like the way how social media is presented to people, it's just everyone just, what you were saying before about the kids and their faces. Like I like hate when my kids are using all these filters and all of these different things. It's just like they follow trends. But that Web 2 technology, what is good that has come out of it is it's enabled people, like even media, to be, you know, like broadcast live, communications to be broadcast live, right? But like Web 3 is kind of like bringing back the ownership and the privacy also of that in a way that we can now control it, rather than with it just being controlled by big platforms and everybody's just following the trends that's been put in front of them again. So I think the key transition from kind of like the Web 2 world for communities to Web 3 is understanding that for most people that are, let's say, using Facebook, because I feel that a lot of those Web 2 platforms now, what they're doing is just finding more ways to put more things in front of you to get you to kind of follow whatever their business model is, right? Yeah. So yeah, I would say that the most important part of the transition is knowing that we can take back the ownership, we can take back the privacy, and that we can still use these same styles of technology such as social media to communicate and get widespread messages out there and to unify.
Yeah, I think that for me the biggest difference between Web 2 and Web 3 communities is that in a lot of cases they exist in the first place, and also the point at which they exist from. So it's say you want to create a video game or something, and so you raise funds by releasing an NFT project. You then have a community right from the very inception of raising funds, whereas in a Web 2 world, you don't really have that community until the release or things are kind of finished. So you kind of exposed to that community really early, and I think a lot of founders probably don't factor that into the roadmap. It's something we've worked with a lot and learned a lot on. We've always been community focused first, because that's what our backgrounds are in. But I do think a lot of projects probably have a really great idea for an end product, and they can raise funds, and they do raise funds, but then it's that big gap in the middle. And what do you do there? And I think that for me, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah. I think the important thing to remember, at least that I'm thinking a lot about lately, is that communities are just still groups of people, and there's like an important definition, I think, of like having meaning, like a meeting to come together and interactions, and that these tools are tools to support the community and not the reason for being, I think, for longevity. And so I think communities that are having just authentic relationships and like working towards something, I think the Nostr community, the Farcaster, a lot of these communities, if you're familiar, I think they have specific missions. They're coming together for reasons, and they're using Web3 identity. They're using Web3 ownership to improve the community, but not just like holding and hoping that the token goes up and they sell later. Like that definition of community, just personally, I guess I'm less bullish on it. So it's one thing I'm trying to follow, is the more meaningful communities these days.
Oh, gosh, I've thought about this a lot, I will say. I come from Web 2 communities. Prior to Collabland, I was an admin moderator for a 60,000 person Facebook group. So even before that, I've been involved with like attachment parenting, baby wearing, homeschooling for a decade. And so I've been a part of other communities, and I will say, as a mod and an admin, like troll management is a huge part of your life. And one of the biggest initial unlocks of Web3 communities and token gating and having holder roles is like everyone helps and everyone knows where you stand. So you don't have people in your community that are just there to like bring you down. If you have people that are in your community that are a holder, that are in those spaces that are just negging constantly, you have the other people there to be like, why don't you just sell? Why don't you just leave? Like, if you're here, we're all working together to help. So that was really fascinating for me and was a huge initial unlock. Also, you have people from all over the world. Like, initially, communities are pretty much like same economic place, like you're all kind of have a similar education. Like now you had people that were taxi drivers in Indonesia and like a CFO at a Silicon Valley company that all held the same asset, and you had these relationships that are trust relationships that begin with transactions. And so it's really a brand new way for people, humans, to come together and for us to like break status that we haven't seen in a very long time. So it's been pretty magical, I will say. So yeah, Web3 communities are just a new way to meet. Like it's not where you went to school, it's not how old you are, it's not what country you're from. It's like a whole new way to start transaction first, and it's more accessible to people from all over the world.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's a great way to put it. I feel like we've all experienced the magic of Web3, and that's why we're still here. But okay, so we've talked about some of the differences between Web3 communities and Web2 communities. Another peculiar thing about Web3 is that we tend to refer to different projects and their associated organizations and communities as ecosystems. What's that about? And can you all explain at what point a community becomes an ecosystem? Whoever.
Sorry, what was it again?
Anjali?
Angeline, right? What you just said there, like kind of like how people just self-start and self-activate, and how people get together to do that, right? I think at the point when that is happening without anybody even noticing, that's the point when it starts to become an ecosystem. Like it's ubiquitous for people to get up and message or manage some stuff in the group or whatever in the daytime. At that point, I think is the inflection point when it becomes an ecosystem. It's starting at that point. And I think what I'd say as well is if you just look at the word community, you can break it down into common unity, yeah? Right, so people are getting together for a common cause or for common thinking, or even sometimes, a lot of the time, we say in Web3, like common problem, isn't it, right? That's brought us all here, Bitcoin, right? So I think that what you just said there it hits the nail right on the head, is that once people get to that point that all of the members of the community feel like they have a role, and everyone's just playing that role, and nobody's, getting up and complaining or even noticing that it's just part of their life, right? And I think at that point, it starts to become an ecosystem, and it's what you build from there to help that ecosystem to continue growing that makes it into an ecosystem. So yeah, that's what I'd say.
Yeah, I think like you say, what you can build to help them continue growing, I think that's kind of an important definition of when things become an ecosystem, and when people start interacting with your products or anything that you put out outside of just chatting. I think that's when things do become more of an ecosystem. And also, I think that's something we try to do is to combine communities into kind of almost a forced ecosystem, because with our tooling and things, we kind of allow interactions for our users. And so across different projects that we work with, we kind of bring those interactions together. So two different tokens from two different projects have allowed people to create new NFTs, for example, and that kind of combines two communities together, and it all kind of, these interactions outside of chatting, I would say, are a big part of that.
Interesting. I think the difference between a community and an ecosystem is control. And a community has, I believe a good community should have a sense of control, and an ecosystem is out of control. And I think it's a defining factor of Web 2 to Web 3, because even if Facebook, let's say, is a community in some way, Mark Zuckerberg, whoever could shut that down, and someone controls that. An ecosystem like Bitcoin, Stacks, Ethereum, Farcaster, Nostr, these are ecosystems. Anyone can come and go, and it ties back to the root of what that means in reality, right? Of like an ecosystem is like the savanna, it's the forest, right? It's something that we have collective ownership of, but not one person owns. So I think that that's a pretty distinguishing factor.
So I think that's the beauty of using the blockchain for verification. There is no single platform that owns your community anymore. You can move your community anywhere. And that's the future, I imagine, where each community is going to be able to meet where they want to meet and how they want to meet. And you're going to have maybe a town hall, a place where everyone comes once in a while, but otherwise you're going to be able to spoke out to lots of different places. But when I think about an ecosystem, it's kind of a little bit different. It's like where you're building relationships, where you're building your reputation. And watching communities grow over the last 3.5 years, there's different maturity that happens. Like there's a beginning, there's kind of a frenzy where everyone gets into a group. And now, like 3 years later, we're seeing DAOs that come out of it, that we see new companies coming out of it. We see reputational building that's happening out of it. We see people contributing on their own and realizing that they're doing it so they can grow leadership within communities. And so an ecosystem happens when you start seeing different groups forming organically, and they can only get there if the main group is supporting and contributing to that. And so I've been really lucky to see that. But I think of communities as having levels of maturation. You can't expect that you're going to have an ecosystem like the very first day or the first month. You need to tend to the newcomers. You have to tend to your culture. I was talking to Chris the other day, and we were talking about communication. You need to set the roads, build the houses. And so when people do move in, there is some structure and some order to it. But once that starts happening, people start planting seeds, and it looks very different from what it did in the beginning. But having that foundation is extremely important, so cannot be ignored.
I guess the only thing, as she was explaining, is maybe something missing from it is community, ecosystem, and kingdom. I feel like there's this other, you can build a community, and you were saying you can move from one to another, different places. I do think that's novel of Web3, but you could do that in the past, but you would move from different kingdoms. You'd be we're leaving Discord, and we're moving to Mastodon, or we're moving from Twitter, but you're kind of within the rules. You don't have a say democratically in what that kingdom, often you don't have a say in what they do. With an ecosystem, it seems like it's a little more of the Wild
I feel like
West.
we're going to see a rebalance because you can. With tokens, you can move anywhere and start over.
Totally. Yeah.
And so now I wonder if we're going to start seeing a world where the actual platform has to start listening to what the needs of the community are, because we do get to move anywhere.
Exactly.
And when you do get to move anywhere, even though I don't, again, believe that there is going to be a situation where every community moves from one place to another as a monolith, I definitely see a situation where you're going to kind of have a hub and a spoke situation where we're going to grow. People are going to join where they want to join. Maybe I want to join the media group. I don't want to join the developer group. I don't want to meet on GitHub. I want to meet somewhere else. So we're going to see more of a splintering of that. It's not going to be a monolithic group that moves from place to place. But even if they did, I think we're going to have platforms starting to listen because they have to.
Okay, well, so it sounds like a key aspect of these Web3 communities, these ecosystems, is growth. You can't have any of these communities without having more than 2 people. So all of you are building your own communities. Can you talk a little bit about the strategies you use to build and grow and scale, actually, your communities?
Yeah. Do you want me to start?
Whoever.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of work on this exact issue throughout multiple projects. So like I said before, I think lots of people in Web3 have a really strong vision, and they have a really strong way of raising the funds to get to that vision. But then this huge middle part, they don't really think about. And they might spend a lot of time in the community at the start, but then a lot of people in projects that they lose momentum with the actual interacting with the community and things like that, and kind of keeping things lively and going while they're working on getting this end goal. And this is a huge task that people that don't factor in, I think, to the fundraising. And so we've done a lot of work on providing kind of things for communities to interact with. So we've created mechanisms for like creating tokens, which you can have yield from like NFTs and things. And you can then spend those within Discord or on websites. We provide like APIs so that anybody can hook into them from whatever their system is. So narcotics on Stacks using our APIs in the web, and then we use them in Discord. So just wherever you use them, you can do that. And it allows people to keep on coming back to the community, interacting with it, and also discussing these kind of things with each other. And then come back and keep checking, and it just kind of it allows things to tick along without you having to constantly be there and keeping people entertained, really.
I mean, what I'd say is for us anyway, our main thing is kind of like trying to find really simple ways to educate newbies into the space and not confusing them with 2 million altcoins when they walk in and PFPs and everything else. It's just like, hey, this is what Bitcoin is. This is why it's going to change the world. And once you learn this, you will have the knowledge you need to go out into the wider community and not be rugged or not say that it won't happen. It happens to people, but at least have that core knowledge of what the space is about, why it's here, the ethics of the space, and knowing how to spot some dangers in the end of the day. So yeah, that's what I'd say we started off with.
So consistency, education, advocacy for your community members. There's a lot of care that goes into what you guys do, it sounds like.
So I guess if we want to get really, really practical, like how do you grow your community? And how do you groom your community? I would say be consistent with your content calendar. Like this is the advice I give when people are starting communities, which is be extremely consistent with your content calendar. Do something every day, every week. Make sure people know when they can come and participate rather than it being kind of left open. So be absolutely consistent. Hire admins and mods, commit to that. I mean, I say hire Web3 admins and mods because when people first get into a Web3 community, like that, they get very excited and they fall down the rabbit hole very, very quickly. Now they're going to start asking you about wallets. They're going to start asking you about security. They're going to start asking you about different projects. Like, you have to be prepared for that. Next, you need to be able to have a system of acknowledgement and reward set up. So like when people show up to events, you want to be able to reward them, like with POAPs. I know Chris has a POAP for this event, and I'm like, I need to get that POAP because I was here and I want proof that I was here and I want to build my reputation. So you want contributions to be rewarded, and also you have to work on growing leadership. And so when you see those little bright lights within your community, people that are excited, people that you see like helping others on board. Like if now Nate is gonna join my community and I see Chris is helping him and saying, oh, do you need any help? I need to be able to acknowledge and see him and like help groom leadership, because that's the way communities grow. So content calendar, I don't even know everything I said, but content calendar, rewarding, having events, and grooming leadership, I would say is those. And then of course having good vibes. So that is key, making sure you're setting up good vibes, people that show up, the people that do come and provide good vibes, like vibes are really core to a community and like can set the tone for everything. It makes a difference if people are gonna stay for 5 minutes or stay for 5 months. It's vibes, so don't forget about that.
+1 to everything. That's great. I think the only thing I'd add to it is, I think, at Console, we're helping communities grow. Like, communities come to us and they're growing, and we're really excited to experiment. And I think that there's a lot of exciting things that we can experiment with in Web3. But right now we are closed. You have to apply to start your community, and the communities we're most excited with working with, that we see the most potential in, are ones that have a mission, are having content calendars and like clarity around their community and like what they're doing, how they're bringing people together, and aren't just in Web3. I think the thing to look out for is people who are just looking to like sell something and then, the whole community's point is that the money goes up in a year. But I think if you have a real mission and you're listening to your community and you're showing up, it's not an easy job, to manage a community. Those are the ones I'm seeing the most success in, I'm most excited about.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a little less than a minute left. I want to do rapid fire, 10 seconds, hot takes on Web3 community, starting with Nat.
Wow, that was quick. Yeah, Web3 communities are here to stay. They're going to continue to grow, and we should just take very good steps and due care attention to teach people in the right way.
I would say mine is that in a lot of cases, community is actually the most important part of a project, when a lot of project owners probably put it at the bottom of the list.
Can you repeat the question again?
10-second hot take on Web3 communities.
About Web3 communities?
Yeah.
I think, controversial opinion, I think meeting people Web 2.5 is helpful. I think there's a lot of people that want to be involved, but there's certain communities that exclude them by it's too difficult to get the token, it's too difficult to find things. I think just helping more people into this space so that we have more diversity and more people would be amazing. So.
Hot take. I mean, I know communities kind of become a buzzword, but I will say through the history of time and space, humans have come together around community. I'm the child of immigrants. People moved to America and joined communities and found ways to navigate a new space. People come to Web3 in communities and meet each other, educate each other, learn together, grow together. Communities are the way to mass adoption. Like, let's not count them out.
All right, thank you to this amazing panel on these great insights for community. I would be remiss if I didn't shamelessly plug a community thing myself. The Stacks Decentralized Grants pilot program has opened, so if you're interested in applying for community grants, do that. Look out for the announcement on the Stacks Foundation Twitter account. And otherwise, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Awesome. Good job, good job. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, who's ready to join a new community? This is exciting. Thank you very much to our last panel. For all of you at home and all of you here, we're gonna take a quick short break and we'll be back at 11:50. Thank you. 10:50. 10:50. 10:50. Yeah. Right. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to Bitcoin Unleashed here in London. We are excited to continue day 2 of our event. Now, again, for those tuning in at home, we're going to be having conversations both here on our main stage and on our developer stage. You'll have workshop, demos, and plenty more on the technical side. If you're looking to build something on Bitcoin, make sure you tune into all of the talks to get the full picture from the infrastructure to what we're about to talk next and the application layer. And speaking about what's next, we talked just moments ago about communities, ecosystems, how they work, and how they can be in the future. Next, let's start looking at what we can do as communities, what we can do as ecosystems. Let's talk about the power of commerce and how the power of commerce around Bitcoin can look today, tomorrow, and in the near future. But before I welcome up our next panel, I do want to tell the audience, if we can, let's quiet down for just a moment. If you do have business, you do have meetings, the Hero Lounge is open on the other side of this stage for you to have those discussions. So let's calm down, let's get excited at the same time, and let's welcome up our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our panel to talk about how Bitcoin Rails will power the future of commerce. Please welcome up the panel and their moderator, Jamie from CoinDesk. Boom. Good luck.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel on how Bitcoin Rails will power the future of commerce. Very happy to be joined by Pavel, Kieran, and Chris. Chaps, just to kick us off, let's just go down the line. Start with you, Pavel. Just a few words, who you are, where you're from, and what you're doing here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pavel. I'm co-CEO of Wirex. Wirex is a London-based fintech. We do a lot of stuff in crypto space and crypto payment space. But most of the people know us for our mobile app and crypto debit card. And we have 6 million users with this product.
Hey, I'm Kieran Parker-Moroney. I'm CSO of NeoSwap. I'm based in London. I was a VC, now turned operator. We make illiquid items liquid, so we let you spend your assets like cash using AI.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher Perceptions, and I am part of the Stacks Foundation, supporting growth and founders. Also, as a serial entrepreneur, CEO and founder of No Code Clarity, building on Bitcoin and Stacks and Lightning. Happy to be here.
Thanks all, and as mentioned before, my name is Jamie Crawley. I'm a news reporter at CoinDesk, also based in London. So to get going, Pavel, I'll come to you first on this. I think you're very well placed to talk about this. Just in terms, give us an oversight of where we are in terms of Bitcoin's usability, if that's a word, as a payment method for goods and services. It's the thing that the measuring stick seems to be, when we'll be able to pay for our coffee with Bitcoin, etc. You're going to be able to tell us right now how we can already do that.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. So, look, most of the people, at least our users, still use Bitcoin as a digital gold rather than payment method, payment instrument. I think from technical perspective, there are a lot of companies, including Wirex, allow you to spend any digital currency, including Bitcoin. So right now, it's possible to buy coffee. I think that's the usual example where you buy Bitcoin, where you buy coffee with Bitcoin. It's now possible. I think there is still there is not enough willingness from community, from people to use Bitcoin as a payment method. What we see in our client base is that there is a use case for stablecoins to pay for things, for goods and services. Bitcoin is the most popular cryptocurrency to spend after stablecoins. But again, I think that there is a just minority of users to use Bitcoin for paying for goods and services at this particular moment.
Mm-hmm. So what a firm like WireX and others make available is prepaid debit cards in which can link to Bitcoin you hold on an exchange or in a custodial wallet. Use that as you would any other debit card at the checkout, and it converts Bitcoin into fiat currency, and the merchant's basically none the wiser. Chris, what I just outlined and what Pavel described, is that good enough? Where would you want to see us go in terms of Bitcoin as really powering the future of commerce?
Yeah, so I have family in South Africa, and I'm able to see in real time how, from a different jurisdiction, how they're welcoming of digital assets, specifically Bitcoin. I can send Bitcoin to my family. They can literally go and spend that Bitcoin at the grocery store, or places like Mossel Bay, where they have circular economies, El Salvador, et cetera. I ultimately think that builders and founders need to be thinking about how to build for mass adoption. We're a part of the 1% that is the new 1%, where we're in this conference, we're in this room, we're networking with some of the brightest talents in the world, some of the amazing minds that are in this room. But there's still 99% of the world that they're either living a very hard life, so they don't have the luxury of being able to be at conferences like this, or to even have savings. So the narrative of digital gold, it's good for VC funds, it's good for institutions, it's good for sovereign wealth funds, family offices. But for most, if they receive Bitcoin, it's for the sake of being used as a divisible instrument of value, so for cash. So I think we ultimately need to think about, like, how can we build better rails leveraging Bitcoin, or things that are Bitcoin layers that can scale and have more expression. That's what I'm ultimately looking forward to seeing more of.
Excellent point, Chris. And then looking at this a bit more broadly, Kieran, I'll come to you. In terms of Bitcoin as more of a foundational layer of commerce in terms of representation, digital ownership. Obviously, you know where I'm going with this: NFTs, ordinals, etc. What changes do you see them being possible through those things to payments infrastructure in commerce and elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, we use both the base layer like as a currency, and then NFTs or assets like ordinals, as we're trying to make them more liquid. So you're finding these complex trades. So composability, I'd say, is probably the biggest difference for us compared to Web 2. So the example I would use would be eBay, where you want to swap multiple items with people because we can find these trades. And maybe that involves a bit of cash, but also, you know, Jamie, you sending your iPad to Pavel sending some cash to me, and a bike to Chris, and then that all moves. Now that's very challenging in Web 2 world, because maybe you don't send the iPad, or you do and the battery's broken, or the bicycle wheel's broken. Whereas with composability, provable ownership, being able to sign things, you're able to complete these trades and they're atomic. So it makes currency more efficient, and it makes trades that weren't possible before more possible. So from my perspective, it gives us a form of commerce that wasn't available before, and that's part of the power of what we do. So you may only need 1/10 of the currency, and you're already using a harder currency than what's currently available, but then you're also able to use assets that are built on top of that in a way that you wouldn't be in the Web 2 space. So until more stuff either comes on chain, or there's some other form of digital ownership of even real world assets, that's not possible. So that's something that Bitcoin and more broadly cryptocurrencies make available.
It's funny you mentioned Web 2. I was chairing another panel at a different conference a few weeks ago, and the topic then was broad bridging of Web 2 to Web 3 applications. And one of the speakers, unfortunately, I forget who it was, said that if we'd been having such a conversation 3 or 4 years ago, all the barriers we'd be talking about would be technical. And the positive thing is we're largely past that. We know that from a technical point of view, the barriers are perfectly surmountable. The barriers now are more cultural or behavioural. So I'd like to address that. Is that where we are in terms of Bitcoin as a means of paying for goods and services, etc., all the stuff we've been talking about? Pavel?
I tend to agree that I think most of the technical issues are sorted right now, and just wanted to talk a bit more about this kind of the example you just mentioned about Web2 businesses. So there is probably you've seen this quite a lot. There is a trend right now that a lot of centralized businesses going on chain one way or another. You know, they're launching non-custodial wallets. Some of the companies launching either chain or app chain. But we also see this transition from Web2 businesses towards like Web3 businesses, right? You know, Nubank in Brazil launching loyalty points on chain. Grab, which is Southeast Asian company, introducing non-custodial wallet. So I think from technical perspective, there is not much issues left, and we also see this transition of Web2 businesses going on chain one way or another. But in terms of kind of, you know, what are the main blockers for Bitcoin to be used as a currency? Cultural, yes, definitely. Again, is what I mentioned in previously, that most of the people still see Bitcoin as a digital gold, and maybe with the time it will, you know, change, especially when the new users come in, because obviously it's not a secret. Industry moves in cycles, right? There is a bear market, then there is a hype, and you know there will be another bear market. And with every cycle, market expands quite a lot. So when new users comes, that's actually a good point to educate them about this, you know, payment use case of Bitcoin. So cultural, yes, definitely happens, and I think another thing is merchant adoption, because in order to use Bitcoin as a payment instrument, you need you need to convince all the merchants in the world to accept Bitcoin. And it will take time. And there are two ways to do that, right? You either can, like we, for example, with Wirex, we can leverage existing merchant networks of Visa, MasterCard, or it will just take a bit of time to convince merchants and incentivize merchants to accept crypto.
Yeah. Chris, would you like to come in there?
I think that, again, it just goes back to us building for mass adoption, and doing so, all of those nuances will be tended to, and people will become more welcoming of actually utilizing it because it's practical. So for example, a company, we did some research and we studied that in remittance-heavy markets, they use WhatsApp exclusively almost as like the communication channel. So they're sending value already, billion active users monthly for WhatsApp. There's never been a bridge to create the ability for people to do remittance in a digital fashion through WhatsApp. Because these markets, they also have one thing in common. They're extremely interested in digital assets, such as Bitcoin. So what we did was we created a tool that meets people where they are. It's called RaySats, and it allows for a person to connect their Xverse wallet with a WhatsApp number, no KYC, non-custodial, and they can send and receive Bitcoin through WhatsApp. So I think meeting people where they are is important. And the more we do that, the more people are going to say, hey, not only can I use this as a store of value, but I also can use this in real time. I can use this on NeoSwap. I can use this anywhere that I want to, because not only is this decentralized software, not only is this digital gold an ascending value asset, but also something that is divisible. So I think we're on the right path.
Mm-hmm. And then Kieran.
Yeah, I mean, I think two things that come to mind for me. One is cultural, as we've touched on, and that's people. I think there's a generational divide to some degree. People wrapping their heads around the idea of digital scarcity and digital money. I think that's a lot more native to certain people than others, and that stops part of the adoption. People, a lot of these things, right, it's kind of like in the art world, there's a shared mythology. If everyone believes in it, it's real. If they don't understand it, they won't adopt it. And then from a technical perspective, I think you're right. Where I would say I'd classify this as technical is UX for adoption as well. I think that's still a big problem. It's intimidating for a lot of people, especially people beyond this room. You know, my sister can pick up the Revolut app tomorrow and it's quite easy for her. But if I start trying to show her how to use wallets and that these transactions are immutable and can't be reversed, that's really intimidating for her, and if she wants to get something right or wrong. I think that's being worked on a lot. There's Xverse and Hero doing a great job on that. Other wallets, I can't mention them all, but I do think UX is a technical aspect that still needs to be improved a lot.
I'll just let you come back on that, Pavel, because obviously what Wirex does is it is a pretty slick and everything user experience. What are the sort of how do you think that's the key tenets of that have been achieved by yourselves, and equally how could it be improved further?
Well, first of all, I do agree that UX one of the kind of the main blockers actually for wider adoption. And so Wirex is a custodial app, so that's why we were able to provide the better user experience compared to non-custodial apps. But I think the future for like the true crypto payments in non-custodial space and on-chain, and for that, I think it's quite interesting. But I do think that infrastructure layer, which was quite popular during the last hype and during DeFi summer, we do have a very decent infrastructure. And I think this new generation of apps, super apps, the apps with a greater UX, it's what will be driving the next hype. So I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question directly, but what I'm saying is that I do think that there is a huge gap right now, and there is a huge demand for apps with a better UX, especially in non-custodial space. It's relatively easy to provide a good user experience in like custodial space or in like Revolut-like environment, but I don't think it's the future. I think the future is non-custodial, on-chain, and I think we will see very soon a lot of applications providing a good user experience, removing, let's say, gas abstraction from user experience, removing this, defragmented liquidity on different chains, and yeah, I think overall it will be a seamless experience, not just for Bitcoin, but for multiple cryptocurrencies.
It's a nice segue to my final question. We've got a few minutes left, but I'll come to each of you with this one. Starting with you, Chris. This is obviously a Bitcoin conference. A lot of the things we've been talking about could equally apply to any number of digital currencies. You were talking about stable coins before, Pavel. Chris, why do you make a case for why it would be specifically Bitcoin that could power the future of commerce as opposed to any other number of digital currencies?
Great question. So I personally believe that it is a multi-chain world, but if we're being real and just talking about facts, without Bitcoin, none of this would exist. So Bitcoin being this 14-year-old, let's personify Bitcoin as a person. Bitcoin is a 14-year-old, and nation states are clamoring about it. Regulators are trying to figure it out, and there is something just different innately about Bitcoin. Therefore, I think it's a matter of focusing on what is stable from the standpoint of staying power, not being hacked, having the decentralization, having the ability to do security, but also having the ability to create layers on top of it, such as stacks, that allows for scalability and greater outputs of expression. Leveraging Clarity smart contracts, it's very modular in the sense of being amazing software to build upon, which is why we also have innovations like the Lightning Network. So I think bare minimum, people, when they're entering into Web3, they need to have an understanding of Bitcoin. We all have free will, so people are going to do what they please, but look at Bitcoin, look at L2s such as stacks, and learn how this could work for you. It's one thing for us to kind of wax poetic about technical nuances, and infrastructure is deeply important, but most people, when they're driving a car, they don't know how the engine works. They just want their car to work. So I think for Bitcoin, it just works. And for people who want to do specific things with Bitcoin, it works perfectly for that. If you're looking for scalability, that's where L2s on Bitcoin really come into play. So it's the best place for people to be. That's personally my belief regarding Bitcoin.
Thanks, Chris. Kieran.
Yeah, I mean, I think confidence is a huge thing, right? You say it's the oldest. People know, at least for now, they feel confident it's not going anywhere. We kind of have a thesis that's continuing to evolve, but that Bitcoin is a base layer that will make sense for higher value things to settle on there. And then going back to my point earlier about composability and a multi-chain world, that you'd be able to, whether it's L2s or other chains, use those potentially for lower value items and then still benefit at the end of the day from the security of Bitcoin as a settlement layer for higher value items. So I think confidence is just a huge part of that. It's the Lindy effect type thing. It's been through a lot of ups and downs, 14 years now. I mean, even the last 6 months, we've seen how many different once-in-a-lifetime events happen. And it's still around. So for me, it again goes back to a shared collective belief. If everyone sees that it's stuck around, that provides people comfort in wanting to use that as a base layer versus something that's unproven and new. So it benefits from the time perspective there, and then composability.
Mm-hmm. And then Pavel.
I do agree with what the gentleman just mentioned. Look, Bitcoin is the largest cryptocurrency. There are more Bitcoin holders than any other cryptocurrencies. And Bitcoin is the largest brand in cryptocurrency world. When Bitcoin price going up, it's the best marketing for entire crypto industry. I think the only thing which is missing is just this kind of the layer for make it a bit more programmable and built on top of Bitcoin. But Bitcoin as a blockchain, as a cryptocurrency, is very well positioned to be the kind of underlying base layer. I do believe there is a multi-chain world, but I think there is just so much more stuff you can do with Bitcoin, and it's more. Yes, it requires a bit technical work, engineering work, but I do believe there is a future where you can build more stuff on top of Bitcoin.
Mm. Yeah, I'll add a couple of thoughts of my own on this. Bitcoin seems to me, by its nature, it's a go slow network, and it almost as if all the other networks they can experiment. They can experiment with DAOs, experiment with NFTs. They can experiment with all manner of other things. And the stuff that works and the stuff that is worth sticking with will find its way to Bitcoin, as we've started seeing this year with NFTs through ordinals and so forth, as has been discussed a lot about. So Bitcoin is, because if it's the gold standard blockchain, it will be it is the quality layer. And then another point, a more holistic one, the comparison I like to make is, if we think about, as we often like to compare cryptocurrency to the internet, Bitcoin being the original, Bitcoin is the equivalent of email, and whether Bitcoin will ever be the equivalent of the World Wide Web, it's questionable. But the point is, even now, your entry point to anything on the internet is an email address. Try doing anything on the internet without an email address. You can't, can you? Well, you might be able to, but nothing I can think of. So the base layer, the base entry point for anything in the cryptocurrency world may well always be Bitcoin, no matter what else happens on any of the networks.
Yeah.
Have I got that right?
I like that. I mean, I think some people can roll their eyes, but it's often seen as the adult in the room. Like you say, it's the go slow.
Yeah.
And there are pros and cons to that, which is why multi-chain makes sense, because other people can go and experiment. And we are on other chains I won't mention, redacted, but it helps because we can experiment and then bring lessons back. And you've seen that with NFTs and ordinals. But by not jumping at the newest, shiniest thing all the time, that provides benefits and stability. And you're seen as the kind of elder statesman, as it were.
We've got 30 seconds left, so Chris, take us home.
The base layer is where it all starts. It's one thing for a person to architect the future of a home, for example, but what is a home without a foundation? The foundation of everything Web3 is Bitcoin. period. So I personally think that Bitcoin and Bitcoin L2, such as Stacks, will help project what the future of Web3 looks like. And globally, it's going to impact. So all of us are revolutionaries of the future, if you will, but we're just building in real time now. But I look forward to seeing that foundation complete and how Bitcoin is going to help change the world.
Right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Very interesting points. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us, and do join me in giving a round of applause to our three panelists.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Boom. Boom. All right. What a great, great last panel. If you haven't done so already and you are here with us in London, make sure to check out the NFT gallery sponsored by both Gamma and Xverse. There are a ton of NFTs, both digitally and physically, here with us in London. Check it all out. It looks incredible. The dev stage is starting up as well. Those technical talks and workshops are beginning. So those of you who are tuning in at home, make sure that you check out both of the stages to see all of our speakers today. With that, let's continue on today's discussions and start to look at a project in particular that's focused very heavily on the future of Bitcoin layers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our next discussion, our fireside chat, to talk about Alex's bold ambitions to be Bitcoin's financial layer. Please give a big round of applause for our speakers, Chenta of Alex, and Brittany of the Stacks Foundation. There you go. Boom. Oh, I'll give you, there you go.
Great. Great. Good morning. People awake? Good morning. Yeah, we're right here, guys. Great. Well, I'm very excited about this conversation. If you're a founder, if you're interested in DeFi, if you want to know what's coming next in Bitcoin, this is the talk to be at. So I really appreciate everyone being here, and I especially appreciate you being here to tell us more about Alex.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. My name is Qiande Xu. I am the very proud co-founder of Alex. Alex stands for Automated Liquidity Exchange. And we are one of the biggest and earliest DeFi project on Bitcoin via Stacks.
Yeah. So Qiande is a leader in this space. She comes from the TradFi world, so she knows everything there is to know about finance. She educates us all the time. But she's really thinking about, what does the future financial system look like? And Alex is a great example of this. You guys are doing some really interesting stuff. I'd love for you to take us through, what is Alex? How does it work? And then we'll get into, if you're a founder, Alex is a great partner because you guys are doing a lot of stuff with early stage companies. So we'll start with what it is, and then we'll get into how people can learn more and get involved.
Sure. So maybe just start with my background, because I think our team is a little bit special. My wonderful co-founder, Rachel, she was head of fixed income sales for JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. And myself, I have been building up quantitative investment strategies for the past, I would say, 20 years. And before that, I was teaching. I was a tenure track professor at Duke, and before that, University of Vienna. So we really came from, the other side of the world. And I remember, I think I was telling Kyle that during COVID, right, I was sitting in my wonderful Morgan Stanley office on the 37th floor, overlooking the Times Square, and just thinking, how can we use our painful experience from the great financial crisis to this COVID, and looking at the people who are not financially included? What can Rachel and I make an impact? And she was fascinated by crypto, in particular Bitcoin. So she was talking to me like 3 hours nonstop about crypto. So then we decided both of us would quit. We just gave up, everything, and we want to build something on blockchain. So our ambition since day zero hasn't changed. I still have that slide, and maybe later I have time to tweet it out, is that we say, okay, in order for people to be truly financial included, you need to use technology. So Bitcoin is the best place that we really can build the on-chain Goldman Sachs. So that's how we started. Then we started looking at which chain we want to build. Obviously, given our background, Bitcoin is a no-brainer because that's in terms of track record, most decentralized chain. But the next question is that for what we want to build, and again, Bitcoin is L1 is very restrictive. There's not much going on right there. So we need to find a L2 in order to us to really build finance. So where should we go, right? And at the time, there were not that many. You have, some sidechain and you have Stacks. So we decided to start building on Stacks, and that was a little bit more than 2 years ago. We started building on Stacks. So we very quickly became, I would say, a multi-featured DeFi only on Stacks. Then ordinal BRC20, all this evolution just happened right in the middle. And suddenly you can do a lot of stuff. In particular, you can have L1 assets on Bitcoin. So we very quickly pivoted to become really I would say almost like a protocol layer between L1 and L2. Because bear in mind, I think yesterday I mentioned that as well, it's really not a no-brainer to move asset between L1 and L2. Just give you a very simple example. L2 is somewhere you use smart contract, you want to do lend borrow, you want to trade, not just for swaps. So in order to do this, for example, for BRC20, you want to put it on the AMM pool or on the order book. This is what you need to do before we stepped in, right? Before Alex stepped in. You need to somehow create a transfer inscription ID. Then you need to send this transfer inscription ID to a packing account like Alex. Then you need to make sure that this transfer inscription ID got confirmed on a chain such as Stacks, which is an L2 that can read the Bitcoin state. Then you need to wait very patiently for 30 minutes for this transaction to be confirmed. Then you can send your BRC20 asset to a Stacks address. Then you can do the fancy stuff. Luis is laughing. I mean, yesterday I was saying nobody in the world in the right mind would do this, but somehow we have like more than 4,000 people on our order book every day doing this, right? So really here you see where our problem is that there's nobody at the moment, doesn't matter if Stacks or other L2 chain that's stepping in and say, okay, let's build out this infra. Number one, abstract away the complexity between L1 and L2. Because again, remember, as much as we love Bitcoin, at the moment, it can only do send and receive. It cannot do finance. It can do money. It can do value. It cannot do finance. And so I think that's where Alex, at the moment, the ambition, or I would say our vision is. So number one is become the protocol layer between L1 and L2. But with that, it also means that we are building out a lot of infras. For example, the Bitcoin Oracle, Trevor Owen like to say that this can be the mini chain link because just for Bitcoin. So that needs to be built out because every transaction somehow, for example, BRC20 events, you need to be confirmed that it's an on-chain event. And that's for security reason because this at the moment is 100 million capitalization. At the high was, I don't know what it was, 450, 700 million. This needs security, right? So this is what we are building out right now. And we want to roll out all this SDK and API for the builders. If you want to build perps, if you want to build derivatives, you want to build another AMM, please come just use our tooling to build it.
Yeah, what I love about Alex is that it is building a lot of infrastructure other people can use, and you don't have to rebuild all of this stuff. You can plug in the parts of Alex that make the most sense. You can build them into your DeFi app, and it makes it a lot easier to interact in this network. And I think you have some. Let's see if your slides are working here. Yeah, okay. So just, can you, you talked about speed, you just talked about bridging. There's like a lot of pieces. What do you want founders to know is like the one thing they should think about for Alex, like what they can do there?
I think I always like to make this very silly example because we are in London. You remember Harry Potter? After summer, he has to go back to Hogwarts. He has to go to this platform, 8 3/4. He has to bump his head into the wall. You remember that one, right? In order to go to Hogwarts to do something magical. I hope that Alex is that invisible wall for you that is not a wall anymore. So if you want to build something, particularly for DeFi, again for finance, right? You want to move from L1 asset, Taproot asset, BRC20, or maybe upcoming Rune. You want to use those L1 assets and to do something magical, wonderful, what finance is about. Think about Alex, because we have a lot built. Example, you want to build a new AMM, okay? You can use our bridging assets. We are currently building bridge. We have already a bridge between EVM and Stacks. We are building the bridge between Bitcoin and Stacks. So you have that, you use that to bridge your assets, and then you can use our current AMM according to OKX team, but apparently this is one of the best AMM out there. So use that, build your AMM. If you want to build perps, the same thing. The order book is already right there, use our tooling. So, what's beautiful about, I would say, blockchain as well as crypto is that the technology become a commodity. And because everything is open source, that's why we grow so fast. So feel free to, repo our GitHub and just go to build, because all the blocks of composable smart contracts are audited and already used by Alex. So use that and just go to do your wonderful thing. So that would be, our ambition.
That's great. Yeah, and you sort of mentioned, waiting for confirmation times. We know Bitcoin's very slow. We're getting all these speed upgrades with Stacks coming with Nakamoto in the next couple of months. What are the things that you want to see? What's kind of the future of Bitcoin DeFi? We've heard a lot of examples in this event. People are talking about the underbanked. People are talking about similar level of DeFi that you see on Ethereum. What is the thing that you're most excited about that you think will come next with Bitcoin DeFi?
Right. I think what stands out about Bitcoin DeFi is that Bitcoin is not a smart contract layer. Ethereum is. So any L2 on Ethereum, somehow the user have to decide you want to be on the L1 or on the L2. With Bitcoin, if you are interested in DeFi, you have no choice. You need to choose a L2 because your L1 is just going to give you the native assets, at least for the next, I would say, 2 to 4 years' time. So, so that's something really, really special is about the Bitcoin, is that the security, the capitalization about the L1 is, it's just very, very singular. So now about L2, where do you want to choose a L2? Behind the scene, Brittany, you and I talked a lot. There are lots of new innovation coming, but they are not there yet. If you look around, other people, what they claim about what they are doing L2 is almost like a mini Stacks. So, whatever we are seeing right now, Stack is still, almost like the only L2 that has a, and I'm doing very, tautological kind of talk, is that global state smart contract. Smart contract has to be global state. So really for us, that's pretty much the only choice right now, is the best choice. So that's about Stacks. But we really suffer because finance need to be fast. I remember when I was in TradFi, you will see the dollar-yen, right? You will see the dip in the lunchtime of Japanese market because the traders go to have lunch, right? The volatility would just jump. In DeFi, we can't afford that. We need 24/7. We need speed. That's why we are so hungry for the Nakamoto release, which is going to reduce the confirmation time from, at the moment, it's not just Bitcoin confirmation time, it's also Stacks confirmation time. So you have to wait for about 30 minutes. Reduced to 5 seconds. If that happens, you can do lots of stuff. For example, about risk management, lending, borrowing, right? You need this kind of speed in order to, basically do a lot of those fancy finance stuff, options, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah. We're very excited as well. So tell me a little bit about the program that Alex has that you're supporting some new teams and new founders, because I think anyone in the audience who's building this space would love to learn from just the years of experience that you guys have building in Bitcoin, building in DeFi.
Yeah, so this is really, I would say it's a painful experience that Rachel and I have learned firsthand. When we started Alex, we started fundraising, that was November 2021. Remember the Bitcoin was 65K to 67K. That's when we started fundraising. And we were very lucky. We raised enough funding to hire a great team and to develop all the stuff that you are using right now. But throughout the time, especially 2023, lots of good builders, who we talk to, we partner with, they just don't survive because it's a bear market. And we really feel the pain. There's so many good people. I think Gina and Dave yesterday were still talking about who we are missing. Really good builder. They just have to leave Web3 and go back to do the Web2 job. So Rachel and I were thinking, okay, how can we help? Because we want to partner with them. We can't do everything ourselves. We understand that. At the moment, Alex is at 92 to 97% of stacks. And that's not something that we want to congratulate ourselves. It's bad. We don't want that, right? So just like you don't want JP Morgan or Bank of America to be the only bank you can go to. We want the really thriving ecosystem, DeFi ecosystem, on Bitcoin, on Stacks. So what we have done is that Rachel and I, we put all our money into this Bitcoin lab. It's a crypto fund. It's not a traditional VC. It's a crypto fund, and we start funding those projects that have a very close partnership relationship with Alex. For example, I would love to announce that Ryder, yesterday, Luis is here. He's the CEO. Yes, he absolutely.
Ryder's a very cool hardware.
Oh my God,
device.
It's so cool. If you haven't seen the video, you will get goosebumps. My mom, who unfortunately passed away, the first thing she was telling me, I am not going to use this F secret key. No way I'm going to use crypto, right? It's too bad that she passed away. She will see Ryder. She will have the first Ryder. Anyway, we are very pleased to announce that because we know the founders so well, Marvin and Ryder, so they are one of our first investment. And then we are also investing in other, wallet developer together with Ryder. We're going to come up with a social wallet, right? So Rachel's dream is that, you don't need to, create a wallet and do this, that. You just can use your Telegram. You can do everything. That's her vision. And then we are also founding a very strong team based in Asia for bridging. So because we already built some bridges, but somebody need to take over for the governance, in particular for, to build out more, to build almost like a one-click bridge between, for example, Ethereum and Bitcoin. So we are founding that team as well. But I am really excited about one thing, that I think the Stacks and also Bitcoin is the best place to do. But you can throw, eggs at me because it's not really truly DeFi, right? It's really about how can you make sure people can generate yield with their Bitcoin or with their USDT and USDC. At the moment, US dollar treasury give you really good yield, whereas DeFi not so. It's not that competitive. We just have to be very honest with ourselves. So we are founding a team, very good background. They basically would take the USDC and USDT and put into almost like a reverse repo of repo investment, get an overnight loan so that at the moment the yield is about 4 to 6%. And then in the back is 100% collateralized with the US Treasury. So basically, if you have USDC or USDT through our partner who is going to build on Alex, you can get 4 to 6% real yield. So that's what I am very excited about, is that we cannot do all this ourselves. So we have all these very strong partners come to build with us. And through that, they get tech, they get funding, and also we have a vast network, and we have a very good community that can benefit.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So, like I said, if you're a founder, if you are working in DeFi, if you just want to learn some of the hard lessons that you've learned being in bear markets, bull markets, definitely check out Alex. Where else can people find more about the investment program, about Alex, how to get involved? What are the best places?
The best place, I think, is the website is alexgo.io. You can see all the ecosystem that have built or currently building on Alex. And there's application that you can submit, and then we start talking there. I think at the end of the day, if we all can work together, be very, very efficient, not reinvent the wheel, and again, remember that the pie is growing, it's not a fixed size. If we all have the same mindset, then Bitcoin DeFi can be very, very competitive to other DeFi ecosystem.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you for coming today. And thank you guys for tuning in.
Thank you for being here. Really nice to be here.
All right, what an exciting first half of the day here at Bitcoin Unleashed, day 2. We talked a little bit earlier about communities and ecosystems within and surrounding Bitcoin. We also talked about the power and opportunity around commerce and just heard about the new emerging financial layer within the Bitcoin layers. Now we're going to take a short break for lunch, and for you at home to get yourself some food, some coffee, some tea. And we'll be back to talk a little bit more this afternoon in the second half of the day, not only about the technicals, have workshops and multiple demos going on, but also what's happening around branding and non-fungible tokens. What's going on in the latest around venture capital and more around interoperability and Bitcoin layer 2s. With that, I'm your host, and we'll see you back here at 12:25. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of Bitcoin Unleashed London, day 2. We've had an exciting and thrilling first half of today, talking earlier about communities. We talked a little bit about ecosystems, talked about the next financial layer around Bitcoin, and now in this second half of the day, we are going to continue those discussions and dive a little deeper. We're going to talk about non-fungible tokens, we're going to talk about branding, venture capital, and what's to come around the future applications built on Bitcoin Layer 2s or L2s. But right now, this place is popping. We've got on the developer stage workshops, demos, and deep dive technicals. So for those of you tuning at home, make sure you check out the speakers. For all of those here today on the main stage, we've got more conversations, and feel free to check out the technicals next door. Also, the Hero Lounge continues to be tons of conversations and active all day today. The Xverse and Gamma sponsored NFT gallery is full at the moment. All of the NFTs and ordinals people can't stop checking out. I'm your host, Kyle Ellicott. We're going to continue this second half of today with our next panel. So a big, everyone get excited, big round of applause for our kickoff of the second half of today to talk about building an NFT brand in a bear market. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our next panel and their moderator, Lewis from Ryder.
And we're back. So hi guys, I'm back from yesterday, and for today we actually have 2 NFT projects that's gonna tell us how did they build brands in the bear market. But before we begin, let's do a little bit of introduction. I think let's start with a one-liner. What's the one-liner for Longstreet and Onchain Monkey, and then tell us what you guys do for the project.
One-liner?
Yeah, one-liner.
Okay, Onchain Monkey is building one of the best ordinals collections on Bitcoin.
Solid, enough
And
said.
communities.
Yeah. My name is Longstreet. I'm a musician, composer, photographer, and educator in the space. I started on Stacks a couple years ago with a photography collection, and over the past couple of years, I've released over 40 collections and a lot of collaborations with other communities in the space.
Perfect. So after the one-liner, let's make it more brief, right? So I want to know what's the origin story for Onchain Monkeys. I think let's start there. Like, what was the story? How did it started? What's the mission?
Sure. So my name is Amanda Terry. I'm co-founder, chief operating officer of MetaGood. MetaGood is the company behind NFT collection Onchain Monkey and Ordinals Place Ashura. We founded the company in May 2021. My 2 co-founders are Danny Yang, who's our CEO. He founded the Stanford Bitcoin Meetup in 2013. He founded MyCoin, which is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in Taiwan. It's been operating for about 10 years. And he founded Blockseer, which government agencies use for blockchain analytics. He sold that in 2018. My other co-founder, Bill Tai, has been in, and he's our chairman, has been in crypto since 2010. He was the first investor in Zoom. He seeded Dapper Labs, Canva, 23 publicly traded companies, on the board of Hut 8, which is the largest digital asset miner in North America. And we came together in May 21 to figure out how can we use Web3 to create wealth for communities, but also do real world good. So on September 11th, 2021, we launched Onchain Monkey, which was the first 10,000 profile pic collection done in a single Ethereum transaction. So that was all on-chain, SVG files, not JPEGs, really first of its kind. That was our Genesis collection. From then, we launched a Karma collection that also the metadata on-chain. The art was done by a Hollywood animation team behind Ice Age, Rio, and Ferdinand. We launched in June our OCM Dimensions collection, which was the first NFT collection to use recursion, so parent-child relationships. It was 3D, animated, interactive. When the Ordinals protocol launched in February, Danny actually inscribed all of our 10,000 Genesis monkeys onto Bitcoin. So it was the first 10,000 collection inscribed on Bitcoin. And we announced in the last month that we're actually moving all of our Genesis collection, 10,000, to Block 9 sats, so some of the earliest sats ever used before end of year. That's coming actually very soon, like in the next month. And we're also porting our Karma collection, so 20,000 Karma monkeys over to Bitcoin as well, all using the Ordinals protocol. We also launched, I should just mention, Ashura, which is a curated marketplace for high-value digital assets. So we truly believe Ordinals is where high-value digital assets are going to reside over time, and so we have our own marketplace as well, which has OCM dimensions, and we also created the Asprey Bugatti egg collection. So we worked with two iconic luxury brands, Asprey the jeweler and Bugatti, to create a generative art collection, NFT, on Bitcoin that correlates to 111 physical eggs that they've been selling. So we brought kind of these iconic luxury brands over to Bitcoin as well.
There's a lot of collection. And great. I want to move on now to Longstreet. So how did you start it as an artist? And then we're going to dig in deeper with On-Chain Monkeys and then you, but then we want to hear your journey. Okay, I'm an artist. What made you go to like, okay, I'm going to do NFTs now?
Yeah. I've been a creative person my whole life, so as a photographer and a musician. And when I saw the opportunity for NFTs and what that could do to enable artists to connect to new audience members and really develop your own style, releasing digital collectibles, I was really attracted to the space. I liked Stacks because it was building on top of Bitcoin. And so in the early days, there wasn't a lot happening. Like this is just within the last 2 years. I started with a collection of 100 images called Venice Visuals. I just recently moved out of LA and out of Venice Beach, so that collection is going to be very special to me. I started with that, and then I started reaching out to other communities, and I did collaborations with Project Indigo, writing music for their on-chain video game that they made. I collaborated with Megapont and Nonish and the Weirdos and just anyone else who was in the community. I was reaching out to them and saying, I love making music, I love your project and what you're doing, and I want to contribute. And I think that platform and that the opportunities of reaching out to and collaborating with and contributing to other communities is a really good like method for artists to grow and to reach new audience members.
That's great. And then I think everybody's curious because then I think for On-Chain Monkeys, you said you want to create wealth for the community, and then you moved from one chain to another. I'm just curious, what was like the decision making behind it? Now we're moving to Ordinals. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of credit goes to Danny Yang, our CEO. I mean, he's been building on Bitcoin for a decade. It's actually a funny story. When he was running the Stanford Bitcoin meetup, Vitalik came to pitch Ethereum. Bill, my other co-founder, was there and passed. So he hasn't got all of the awesome early, pre-seed companies, but very OG. So just imagine investing in Bitcoin 10 years ago, right? We think that's kind of where we're at with the ordinal space, right? So it's the largest L1, most decentralized, most secure, not a security. A lot of people haven't, fully looked, maybe in this community they have, but a lot of people haven't really looked under the hood for ordinals, but it's a very elegant and powerful protocol, and it's not even at a 1.0 version release. So it just started in February, it's at a 0.9 version release. We've already seen over 35 million inscriptions and taking up about 50% of the Bitcoin network activity, which is critical moving into the halving, which we all know is happening, in less than 200 days. So we think it's just like the perfect time to be building on Bitcoin. Inscription costs are still relatively low, as we know. As block space gets more used up, those fees will be more expensive. And so we're super excited to be, building on Bitcoin. And it's early days, but we couldn't be more bullish about bringing our community onto Bitcoin.
Yeah, it looks like building on Bitcoin is the coolest thing in town at the moment.
Mention one thing in our community as well. So you kind of say, how do you build a brand? I mean, we do a lot of Discord chats for our holders. We do a lot of spaces kind of educating people on Bitcoin, on the ordinals market. When we did our Karma collection, we actually put 50% of our revenues into a DAO. So we put about 2,000 ETH, so $3.8 million. We, actually our community, we put a couple proposals together to help subsidize the cost of bringing our Genesis and Karma collections over to Bitcoin, and our community like almost unanimously voted. We had one of the highest turnouts in votes, like over 4,700 votes, to fund over 850 ETH to MetaGood to bring our collection onto Bitcoin. So it's not just the leadership from MetaGood. I think what I'm most proud about is that we've been able to educate our community on ordinals, and all of our holders are actually voting for their DAO funds to be used to help subsidize the costs of the migration.
Got it. What about you, Longstreet? What's your story? What are you building on ordinals?
Yeah, it's for me the journey has been from Stacks, and then when ordinals came out, I thought that was really fascinating. And with the restraint of the size that you have comes great a unique challenge. But I think as an artist, there's great opportunity in working with restraints. I really like this concept. And I'm also an educator, and something that I do with my students if they're ever getting, tripped up. Like, for example, if you say to someone, here's a piece of paper, write something, it can be really hard to start. But if you say, here's a piece of paper, write a haiku, it just has to be 575. All of a sudden, like, having the parameter and the limitation, it takes you in a direction, and it can help be inspiring. Because it's like an unlock. It's like, well, I don't have to write just anything. I just have to do 575. And so that little mental hack, that mental unlock can lead you down a creative direction. Being a musician and someone who has made a lot of music video NFTs, Stacks can accommodate that because it is stored on IPFS traditionally. But that's a real challenge on Bitcoin because you have to pay a lot to get your information on chain. And I think that's valuable because people are going to choose, they have to be more diligent and they have to choose what they want. So you can't just have, I know a lot of really crazy, silly things have been, like Dickbutt is the first ordinal, right? People can choose whatever they want to inscribe. But with that size limitation, you really it has to hold personal value to you. So the challenge for me as a musician and someone who makes multimedia content and music videos, it's been challenging. And I've experimented a lot with, shorter music videos, compression. You can get something down to a WebM, and it's small enough to inscribe, but still expensive. More recently, we've seen a lot of tooling, so much tooling becoming available. And I know we really are early days with this, but like for example, what Jim is doing with This Is Number One, Inscribe, he's created, and you may have seen in the demo day yesterday, he's creating an on-chain music player. And I've experimented a lot with this too. So for example, I made a song and a music video originally to be released on Stacks, but then we decided to pivot into ordinals. So then we had to figure out how am I going to take this music video that is, 40 megabytes big. Compression won't do it because it's too long. We want a full song with a music video. So how are we going to make it happen? So Jim has created some tooling where you can, basically the process was me taking the song apart, just the audio first, into 26 samples. That can then be added together through recursion. And then visually, we need to make the visuals too. So theoretically, this is all going to come together. We're very close to doing this, but the tooling is developing, and it's happening because the limitation in block size is a challenge, but it's unique, and through that challenge, we can do new things. So it's early days. The challenges are driving a lot of innovation. So it's an exciting space, and just to bring it back to Bitcoin as L1, that's the best place to be. Yesterday we had a great discussion on L1, L2. I think there's a great relationship to be had there. So here we are, like in these waters that are going between L1, L2.
Yeah, I mean, I think you made a really good point about IPFS, and most NFTs on Ethereum are off-chain, so they're JPEGs pointing to IPFS systems. You don't pay your AWS bill, et cetera. You don't really own those NFTs. So when we're looking at ordinals, we're always talking about digital artifacts, right? They're actually on the Bitcoin L1, and it's very different. I mean, think about it. I guess the analogy would be You own a digital certificate if you own something that's off-chain. So I own a digital certificate that I own this sculpture, let's say piece of work. But with digital artifacts, you own the digital certificate, but you actually also own the actual piece of art, the sculpture. So it's very different, and I think the market's still processing that, learning what that means, and kind of the value of actually owning a digital artifact versus owning a digital certificate that points to an IPFS system. Very different.
That's great. So after talking about the infrastructure, because our title is talking about how to build an NFT brand in the bear market, I want to talk about sustainability. I'm an NFT holder myself, but I think the biggest question that I have is, I think a lot of NFT projects release collections after collections, and then me, as a person who actually buys NFT, I feel like it's a big value extraction from me as a participant in the whole community, right? So, and especially in the bear market, people actually feel that way. They're like, oh, not another collection, not again, another one, right? So I think for you as a brand like On-Chain Monkey and Longstreet, how do you actually navigate these kind of circumstances within the community members, or do you came across it? Just like, we would love to know more.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I mean, our Genesis collection from 2 years ago was actually a free mint. So all the people that came in have actually we've created quite a bit of wealth for them. There's been a bunch of data. The website went down, I don't know, but it used to show percentage of profitable trades, and for our Genesis collection, On-Chain Monkey was consistently top. It was like 99, 98% profitable trades. So, we also, when we created the OCM Dimensions collection, it was a very, very low mint price for that. There was 300 dimensions. That's the first collection using recursion, 3D, animated, streaming from a Satoshi. In fact, there's a great Medium post that Danny wrote called, it's about OCM Dimensions, just Danny Yang, OCM Dimensions, Medium post. And we had one of those just sell for 4 Bitcoin like a month ago. So one of the highest selling ordinals in recent history. So again, a lot of wealth creation for people. So I think as a company, as a community, we're not about trying to extract value. We're always trying to figure out how do we create value for our community. Obviously the company owns a lot of the NFT assets. All of our founders own a lot of the NFT assets. So we're always every day trying to think about how do we create value for the community.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, and then from an artist perspective, like how do you, deal with it?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for your work to have utility or for it to bring value to the holders because number go up. The promise that buying your work now, you will continue to grow as an artist and your work will be more valuable over time. That is always possible, but even though it's tempting to make that promise, I think it feels better as an artist just to say, does this piece hold intrinsic value to you? Do you like it? And if you like it enough, it means to you, an artist should be making art that makes you feel a certain way or conveys your experiences of the world. And that should be enough on its own. That's the utility. But having utility, the promise of number going up, it can also be a great way to bootstrap projects and communities. So that can be valuable too. And in one of my early collections, I released some music, and someone said, "What's the utility?" I said, "Well, the utility is that it's music, and you like it."
You dance?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. But that really got me thinking, how can I, as an artist, offer utility? And it is one of the great use cases of NFTs, and the utility can be, token gating for community access, special video and special content that you make only available to certain holders. It can be early access. Counterfeit culture is doing this a lot. With early access to minting or minting at a discounted price. So there's so many ways to bring utility in. I mean, people are using utility also for digital rights and royalties. Maybe you can imagine if Taylor Swift said, people of my people that hold my NFTs are going to be able to split 1% of my profits. You can use utility
I'll buy
that
it,
way.
actually.
I know. Yeah. So it's one aspect, it's one tool, and that's utility. And I've experimented with and without utility.
Okay, since we're talking about like the ways on how to create utility, especially for you at like On-Chain Monkeys, I'm just curious, is there like a special sauce that you feel like, okay, this is the way to build an NFT community, an NFT brand? I think you guys did a lot of already at On-Chain Monkey. If you're gonna break it down, like what are like the key ingredients if anybody in the audience would actually want to launch their own brand in this kind of market?
I think one thing we did very differently than most NFT collections. When we started, we defined values. So if you go into our Discord or Twitter, you'll always see !RISE, RISE, which stands for respect, integrity, sustainability, and enrichment, which are values that we ascribe to as a company. And so we kind of, the energy you put out is the energy you get back. So, yeah, at the beginning, sure, we had a lot of Flipper, DGen, et cetera, but we actually have a lot of builders in our community who subscribe to those values. And we've invested a lot in our community team, which some of them are volunteers, they're awesome mods, and then really communicating a lot with our community. So we do special Discord chats. We've done we did an online poker game with Charlie Lee, Owen Wilson's, Woody Harrelson, who are investors in our company. Almost at any event that we're speaking at from a conference perspective, we always do nice gatherings as well for our community. So I think there is a lot of utility to kind of bringing people together in a space where we're all PFPs and all over the world, so it's sometimes hard to meet. But I think you make a good point too. As we're moving to Bitcoin, it's not just about like utility and what have you done for me? Because in the current revenue model with royalties being zero for most collections, it's hard to sustain that, right? So the way that we view it is we are giving you a digital artifact. So kind of think CryptoPunks, right? Like we are the first 10,000 coming to Bitcoin on Block9 Sats. Like what is the value of owning that digital artifact in itself? So that is kind of the value that we see, and what we're doing technically right now is value in itself.
Got it. What about you, Longstreet? What's, if there's an artist in the audience, what would you give them as an advice when they're building their collection?
Yeah, I've adopted like a flywheel approach to releasing and growing as an artist. So that starts with making great art. Or whatever it is, whatever your medium is, make it great and make it meaningful to you. Infuse your art with your story and authenticity. Engage with the community, which there's been a great discussion about that earlier. That's a major aspect. When you're engaging with the community, you learn more about what your audience might value, and that can influence what you make as an artist. Consider releasing one-of-ones, limited editions, because that can drive exclusivity and drive demand. Experiment, like we said, with utility and token gating. And then keep reinvesting, reinvest in yourself. Go to conferences, get the new tech, experiment, and finally, keep collaborating with other artists. I know for me, that has been the most rewarding part of this journey, has been meeting other people, collaborating, growing as an artist, making works that I would not make on my own, and being challenged to meet other artists and grow in that own way. And that kind of flywheel approach, they all feed into each other. And you just keep going and keep turning and grow your audience, grow your brand and your style. And it's been a beautiful evolution so far, and I'm really excited to keep it going.
Okay, perfect. Since we have 1 minute left, it's time for the plug in. So is there anything that we should look forward for On-Chain Monkey and Longstreet in the next coming months?
I think the biggest thing our team is focused on right now is the migration to Bitcoin, like our 10,000, 20,000 collection. Not too late to still go to your favorite marketplace and buy the Ethereum version, and you will be able to port over. You're going to burn your Ethereum token and move to Bitcoin. So not too late to join us for either On-Chain Monkey Genesis or our Karma collection. Another thing I'm excited about, I was I just met with one of our artists, Alexis Andre, who is the artist behind Friendship Bracelets he did with Snowfro for Art Blocks. He's doing a collection collab with On-Chain Monkey as well, so they'll be using our On-Chain Monkey metadata. He's created a 10,000 collection that will be a very friendly price point to bring a lot of new people into the Ordinals community. So I'm also very excited about that because, as you said, it's about educating and growing the market for everybody.
And you, Longstreet?
I'm bullish on creators and what this tech can do, especially for engaging with a new community and a new global audience. So if anyone is interested in the creative process or collaborating, I'm on Twitter as Longstreet BTC.
Well, that's it, guys. I hope you learned something on how to build an NFT brand in the bear market, and thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
All right, how's everyone doing in the audience today? Are we feeling this? Come on, we can do, I have more energy than you guys do. You're 10x me, come on. How are you guys feeling today? Is this good? We liking the content? All right, that's what I want to hear. All right, the Hero Lounge is popping. The NFT Gallery, Gamma and Xverse sponsored it today, is busy. The dev stage is packed. Let's take over the main stage again. We talked a little bit about NFTs just moments ago. We've talked earlier about Bitcoin layers, the infrastructure, scalability around L2s, layer 2s. We've talked a little bit about Ethereum and other ecosystems and how communities play a role in ecosystems growth. Let's now start to continue that discussion with a rising protocol, a rising network. One you may or may not have heard of, and after today, you'll see how and where they fit in the Bitcoin layers and their importance to the greater Bitcoin economy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our next speaker that's here to talk to us about Babylon. Please welcome Dr. Shaka.
Hi guys, I know it's after lunch, but hopefully I can match up the same energy as an NFT panel. So Babylon is an infrastructure play where we're trying to bring Bitcoin closer to the proof-of-stake ecosystem, and we're also trying to bring some of the fundamentals of the proof-of-stake ecosystem back to Bitcoin, and in general, the Bitcoin asset holders. My name is Sanka Banerjee. I'm the head of product strategy at Babylon. We are a protocol out of Stanford University, group of cryptographers, consensus builders, software engineers, and some professors. We've been kind of building this protocol over the last 2 years, and we are almost heading towards mainnet over the next 6 months. So this is a great place for us to introduce Babylon to the Bitcoin community, and I'm super excited to talk about it. Just making sure that the clicker works. Okay. Yeah, so I think we have been hearing about Bitcoin as an asset class, and everyone knows that roughly Bitcoin is like 60% of the crypto market cap, and it's an amazing asset class for builders to build on. I know like most of us have talked about the qualities of Bitcoin asset, but for us on Babylon, why we focused on Bitcoin was actually certain fundamental characteristics of Bitcoin. So as we know, like Bitcoin is heavily decentralized. It's the least volatile asset in the crypto ecosystem. The word unencumbered, the way we interpret it, it actually is one of the crypto assets which has the least liability. So if you're trying to build something on Bitcoin, that's where you have the least liability from any kind of centralized entities. And fundamentally, it's also idle. So you can actually create a lot of different use cases for Bitcoin. So for Babylon, what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring this fundamental primitive called staking to Bitcoin. So anyone who comes from the proof-of-stake ecosystem, they know that staking is actually a security primitive in proof-of-stake where you use the native token of the proof-of-stake ecosystem to secure the blockchain. So for us, we look at the Bitcoin architecture. So if you see, you have the miners, you have the POW consensus, and then you have very limited programmability, which is of the Bitcoin scripting language. So in order to overcome this limited scripted abilities of Bitcoin, there were multiple POS systems which came around: Cosmos, Polygon, Ethereum. So one aspect for us as in Babylon is actually, can we take Bitcoin, which is a proof of work asset, control 60% of the crypto market cap, and turn it into a staking asset for POS system. Right now, the POS system have security needs, and Bitcoin has yield needs. So it's a kind of a very interesting marriage in heaven, that can we use the massive asset class of Bitcoin and bring that back to POS. So why are we so interested in this design? The reason is there's a JP Morgan study on staking as an asset class, and what they're saying is over the next 10 years, the staking asset class is going to be around $300 billion. As of right now, you have the top 10 POS chains, which are backed by $70 billion, and you have around $400 million of monthly rewards, which are given to these stakers. So the objective is, can we map the yield needs of Bitcoin stakers back to the staking market expansion, which is needed by the POS? So on one side, the Bitcoin holders can get the staking yield. On the other side, the POS system, they can get security. So Babylon, what we are trying to do is we're trying to build this two-sided marketplace that if you have Bitcoin as a holder, as a miner, you can go and secure the proof-of-stake ecosystem. And on the other side, the POS system gives you a security yield. So it's a two-sided marketplace between Bitcoin and POS. So let's really go a little deeper into what a POS system does. So you have a chain like, let's say, Cosmos. What it does is it secures the trust by its native token, the price of the token. And proof-of-stake has very defined slashing characteristics. The word slashing means you produce a block, you get reward. You do some bad acting, you get penalized. So that's what slashing means. Now, on proof of work, on the Bitcoin side, we have a very strong decentralized trust, which is coming from the proof of work miners. And then we bring Babylon, which is bringing this Bitcoin stakers. So what they're trying to do is we are trying to build the first time the word slashing into the Bitcoin terminology. Slashing meaning that if you secure the proof of stake, you get rewarded. If you do any bad activity, you get penalized. Second, we are using trustless staking. So we're not using a bridge, we're not using any custodian. So the same trustless principle of Bitcoin is preserved. And finally, we're enabling restaking, which means with one Bitcoin, you can actually secure multiple network. What I mean by one is not just one, but it's just a figure of speech. But with your Bitcoin, you can actually secure the proof-of-stake network. So that's the POS network. This is the Bitcoin network. So what we want to do is we want to offer POS yield to the Bitcoin holders, and then we want to give cheaper decentralized security to the POS system. That's what we define as a two-sided marketplace. So I want to go a little deeper into the point that what does staking mean and how is Babylon achieving Bitcoin staking? So we are not, as we know that Bitcoin does not have smart contracts, and we also know that we have not created our own chain on Bitcoin. So the first thing which we are doing is when we are building this Babylon technology, we want the Bitcoin capital to have the same citizenship as the native token in POS. So it's a fully slashable security we are offering to the POS chains. And second, we are not using any bridging or any custodian. So I want to kind of walk you through a picture. So Alice has one Bitcoin. She goes and locks the Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain. Then she enters into a staking contract. This staking contract has two functionalities. it locks your Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain for a certain time period. And while you are locked on this Bitcoin chain, if you do any bad activity on the POS, so what is a bad activity? That you sign 2 blocks at the same height. If you sign 2 blocks at the same height, your private key is revealed, and you go back to the Bitcoin chain, and your stake is moved from your own ownership. So that's called slashing, and that is the functionality we have brought in through the Bitcoin chain. And we are using this, as I have mentioned, that Bitcoin does not have smart contracts, so we're using advanced cryptography to enable this slashing on Bitcoin. Finally, if you don't do any bad activity, you get your rewards and you can unbond. So when you can unbond, what is the unbonding time? We have created a facility where if you don't like the rewards, you can unbond over a period of 3 days. And finally, this technology is applicable not just to one POS chain, but it can be applicable to any POS chain: Cosmos, Solana, Polkadot, Aptos. So as I said, that Bitcoin as an asset class is huge. It's probably the biggest asset class in crypto. It's mostly idle. So what is the objective of using this technology, and how do we take it to market? So this is like the Babylon ecosystem. It's a L1 on Cosmos. It's a blockchain. So we are getting the retail Bitcoin moved to this L1 from the OKX wallet. It's an interesting wallet because it can actually show you the native Bitcoin and the rewards on the POS exactly at the same time. It's a very unique wallet. They have around 100,000 Bitcoin on their wallet. And then we are getting these miners like Bit Digital, F2 Pool, and Galaxy from the institutional side to onboard the Bitcoin. So once we have this threshold Bitcoin, we're actually going on the Bitcoin chain, and there are these roll-ups which are being developed on the Bitcoin chain, namely Bison, and we're actually securing them. So that's like one aspect, that we're trying to secure the vertical demand which is coming from the Bitcoin chain. And then we're also going in the horizontal direction to the POS side, namely Cosmos, Arbitrum, Polygon, and some of these other POS chains we are in talks. So ideally, we have a vertical demand satisfaction on the Bitcoin chain itself, as well as a horizontal demand, which is coming from the POS. So now that we understand what Bitcoin staking means, what are some of the other functionalities which you can do using Babylon? So let's imagine there are 3 Bitcoin stakers. They stake on Babylon. What they can do is, for the same stake, they can secure not just a POS chain, but a bridge, but an oracle, as well as a data layer. So restaking is a very important element of bringing diversified yield. You, as a Bitcoin holder, you come in and you choose what are the chains you want to secure, and based on that, you get a very diversified yield. As you know that if you secure a POS chain, the yield is very different than if you secure an oracle, but we leave that to the staker. Second, because for the same amount, you can deploy it in multiple chains, there's capital efficiency. So what's the benefit for the POS SIN? The benefit for the POS system is that they are getting almost the same amount of security which a Bitcoin chain has. And that's a huge functional improvement, because unfortunately, before Babylon came, if you look at all these different POS chains, their security threshold is dependent on the market cap of the token. So if an oracle just has a $10 million market cap, that's the security threshold of that. Using Babylon, what you're doing is, across these different chains, you can standardize the security to the security of the Babylon stake. So the Bitcoin staker, for the first time, can participate in the governance of a POS system. And the POS network can choose what is the amount of rewards and vesting they can give to the Bitcoin staker. So we are actually the first protocol to create open governance between the Bitcoin stakers and the POS network. So I want to talk about a very interesting project which we are incubating at Babylon. So it's a roll-up on Bitcoin. So we are basically planning to give the Bitcoin stakers the yield in Bitcoin. So you have these Bitcoin stakers, they're pooling their Bitcoin, they move it to Babylon, and then what these Bitcoin stakers need to do is in a roll-up, you have to validate the proof for transitioning from the previous state to the current state. So in order to provide this proof, the Bitcoin stakers get the yield in Bitcoin. So the objective of this rollup is to speed up the transactions on the Bitcoin chain. So whether you're building NFTs, whether you're building some DeFi application, if you have to go down to the Bitcoin layer 1, the latency is a lot longer. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to use the Babylon Bitcoin security to fasten the speed of the transactions. So our plan here of using Bitcoin staking is to help solidify the fidelity of this proof N. It's very similar to what you see on the Ethereum L2s, on the optimistic rollups, where the verification of the proof is needed in order to transition the states. And we are planning to use the Babylon Bitcoin validators in order to secure this proof. So we have actually been working on this project over the last 2 years, and we have actually done quite a lot of infrastructural advancements between Bitcoin and the POS network. So a quick run-up. So in February this year, we came up with this timestamping testnet. We actually launched the Bitcoin staking proof of concept and an MVP last month at our native conference called Cosmoverse. And then right now, we're planning to go to the Bitcoin testnet by the end of the year. So if you go to our website and you want to be a staker or you want to be a validator, you can actually log in and sign up to the waitlist. And then we're planning to go to the mainnet around the halving time. And that's where I want to kind of stick this one point, that we see that the Bitcoin rewards are coming down, but Babylon's two-sided marketplace, where a Bitcoin staker can get POS yield, we expect to help the Bitcoin community by getting this additional yield. And fundamentally, around next year, when we get to mainnet, we have 2 other products in line. One is a data availability layer, and finally, a liquidity layer, where we are trying to move native Bitcoin from the Bitcoin blockchain into the different POS networks. Right now, one of the achievements we have had in the timestamping is we have 36 chains in the Cosmos ecosystem, which is using this facility. And then on top of that, we have actually had a governance proposal passed within the POS community to understand the need of such an infrastructure. Finally, on the Bitcoin staking proof of concept, we have actually done an MVP, so I invite anyone to come to our website and check it out. And I'm going to be around with my senior lead engineer, so happy to take any questions. We're going to be walking around. This is an amazing conference, a lot of interesting questions. So if you're a builder, you're looking to kind of use Babylon to kind of bridge between Bitcoin and the POS network, very happy to take your questions. Thank you.
All right, we are now about to break for our first time here in the afternoon, day 2 at Bitcoin Unleashed, to continue discussions, continue having meetings, check out the galleries, check out the dev stage. Definitely participate in Leather Wallets giveaways, check out the Hero Lounge as well, and also get a chance to mix and mingle and discuss some of the topics today with today's speakers. We'll be back here at 1:40 to continue discussions and a deep dive around layer 2s and talking more about how the world of venture capital is shifting around the Bitcoin economy. We'll see you back here at 1:40. Welcome everybody back to Bitcoin London Day 2. This is the last half of not only today, but also of the conference. We've got a few final talks here on the main stage to continue the conversation around Bitcoin layers, opportunities around building, looking at core infrastructure, what comes next, and more importantly, looking at how the landscape is changing, everything from venture capital to regulation, here and now in the rising crypto hub that is London. We also have a ton of technical talks, developer workshops, and demos happening in our dev den. Make sure to check those out. If you haven't done so already, jump onto the Council app, council.xyz/Bitcoin, to tune in not only to the sessions live, but also chat with each other. The people sitting to your left, right, those you might have crossed in the Hero Lounge, and all of our speakers that participated yesterday and today. And feel free to drop in any questions and tune into the giveaways that are happening in-app as well. With that said, we're going to continue with our very first presentation of the second half of Day 2 here at Bitcoin Unleashed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a deeper dive in Bitcoin Layer 2s with our speaker, Kenny Rogers from the Stacks Foundation.
All right, who in the room knows what this is? Betting most of us. In case you don't, this is the message that the creator of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, embedded into the Genesis block. And although most of us are familiar with this, I think a lot of the time what can happen is we get wrapped up into all of the minutia of Bitcoin, all the tech details, all the debates, and we kind of forget that the entire purpose of what we're doing here is to rebuild what has become a catastrophically broken financial system. Now, we're all familiar with phase 1 of Bitcoin's life, which started right here with this message. Satoshi Nakamoto creating what is probably the most perfect money the world's ever seen. But what I want to talk about today, and what we've kind of been talking about this entire conference, is what does phase 2 of Bitcoin's life actually look like? So there's another popular saying in the Bitcoin community that most people here are probably familiar with. Fix the money, fix the world. And I think this is directionally true, but I think it's a little bit oversimplified. As we see some of these large entities starting to become attracted to Bitcoin, starting to pick up on it a little bit, we see huge companies like MicroStrategy buying up, financial institutions like BlackRock becoming more and more interested in it. On one hand, that's a good thing because it means that adoption's increasing, Bitcoin's going mainstream, people are realizing more and more, okay, this is something real, it's something valuable. But I think along with that, we need to develop a healthy sense of skepticism about why these institutions are buying up all of this Bitcoin. Do we think that they're interested in the grassroots, the bottom-up, the decentralized, freedom-empowering technology that we're all here for? Or is it just as likely that the reason they're buying all this up is because they're trying to preemptively seize control of the economic motor of the world by controlling what's going to be the new fuel? So what do I mean when I talk about the economic motor of the world? To set a little bit of context for the rest of the talk, I want to go over definitions for a few words that I think will help us kind of get on the same page, because they're words that are often overused, but I don't think thought about as much, at least not in this, maybe in this particular context. So the first one's capital. I think for the purposes of this, we can think about capital as the financial resources allocated to produce goods or services that are valued by others. Finance. The mechanism for directing that capital to endeavors deemed valuable, and this is the important part, by those who wield influence within that system. I don't think most people realize how much of an outsized effect on the direction the world and the economy heads is affected by what is, for the most part, a large-scale, behind-the-scenes financial system of people deciding where this capital should and should not be allocated to. Which brings us to the next definition, decentralized. And in this context, I'm thinking about this as an open system guided by a distributed network of individuals with no central authority to exclude participation. Again, that last part is key. Something that I think that we've seen is that the term DeFi has become almost meaningless because it's such a buzzword. It's supposed to mean decentralized finance, a system of allocating capital that has no central authority to exclude participation. But what we see is that in practice, that's not really what's happened a lot of the time up until now. And I think that Bitcoin can actually be the solution to that. What happens is we have these decentralized financial systems, or what in theory are supposed to be, but they're built on sand. They're not built on a solid foundation. They over-financialize everything. They get obsessed with tokenomics and these tokens that are built on thin air. They spiral out of control with crazy yields. People eventually realize they're not built on anything, and they collapse. That is not what we're going for. That's not what we want in a decentralized financial system. So let's dig in a little bit more on this idea that finance is the motor of the world. Much of what actually happens in the world is dictated by capital allocation. Bitcoin fixed a lot by just being a better fixed supply of money. And then one of the things that I think it fixed the most is that it means that those closest to the money printer can't just then go to that money printer and print more money for whatever they happen to think is important at that time. But what if those same powerful organizations and institutions, even though they couldn't print more of the money, what if they controlled an outsized percentage of this fixed supply of money? I still think that's a problem that's worth talking about, and I think that's why we need to pay attention to what we're actually building on top of this system. Those people will still have a significant amount of power in moving the world the direction they want to see it go. In his book, Hidden Repression, Alex Gladstein goes into detail about what large institutions like the World Bank and IMF, how they exert influence in the world. And essentially what they do is they will go into these developing countries and they will basically extort them with what are large-scale predatory loans given to corrupt governments in order to facilitate what they call economic development, which actually ends up destroying the local economies in exchange for what the special interests working with the IMF and World Bank have deemed important. We don't want those people to own a lot of Bitcoin and to be able to allocate it towards causes like that. So, Bitcoin fixed the money, but I think L2s will fix the systems. With Bitcoin, we do see the embodiment of this perfect money, but its ability to be that perfect money means that it comes with intentional limitations on it. We see the slow transaction times, we see that it's got limited expressivity in the scripting language. And so, if we want to use Bitcoin in any of this strategic, large-scale capital allocation we're talking about, we either have to attempt to create new systems with more functionality, which is kind of what Ethereum did, but I think that's solving the wrong problem. That's trying to add expressivity and functionality to the base layer system, which inevitably is just going to increase complexity, cause all sorts of security holes. I think that's the wrong direction. The other option right now is you can give your Bitcoin to somebody else and hope that they will do the right things with it. I don't think that's the correct option either. Because of these intentional limitations that are placed on Bitcoin to make it as secure and decentralized and robust as it is, Bitcoin will be used by people and institutions in layers. That could mean all different kinds of things, but very few people are ultimately going to be interacting with Bitcoin directly at the L1. So it's up to all of us to make sure that those layers that people are using are going to be built the right way, namely in a decentralized way. I view Bitcoin not just as money, but also as the perfect settlement layer, and large fees are good for the network. So when we see these very large transactions and we see high network congestion, that's a good thing for the network, but what's not good for is the average user. L2s can come in, offset some of that cost for these sort of lower security transactions, these smaller everyday transactions. We can see stuff like that in Lightning, and then have those all sort of collectively settle on the Bitcoin network, so we still ultimately have that finality, but then we also have a little bit more of a user-friendly interface on top of it. Because digital gold is a good way to think about Bitcoin, but the buy and hold methodology is not necessarily good for the network long term, because as we see Coinbase rewards start to dwindle, the network's going to mainly be reliant on transaction fees. We need activity on Bitcoin in order to keep the network alive in the long term. Remember, we're not talking about just the next 10, 20, 50 years. We're talking about what is the financial system going to look like with our great-great-great-grandkids 500 years from now. If we want to think of that long term and actually build a new system like this, we have to start working on that now, and I think that's where layers come in. And the good news is, there's a ton of experimentation happening in the Bitcoin space on this right now. My background's in development. I'm a developer advocate, and so I speak to developers all the time. I cannot tell you how many developers I've talked to that started off as Bitcoiners, moved into Ethereum and Solidity development because they could actually build things there, and now we're coming back into Bitcoin because, oh, wait a minute, people are actually starting to experiment and build cool things on here. We've got all kinds of things happening. We've got Lightning, which is a layer that doesn't necessarily expand functionality, but it drastically increases scalability. We've got other layers like Liquid, Rootstock, Stacks that are all aiming to, okay, how can we take some of this Bitcoin, securely bridge it over to an L2, be able to expand that functionality and securely bridge it back over to the L1 so that we still have that finality. We've got newer things that are in discussion right now, Drive chains, Spider chains, ZK rollups. We don't necessarily know which one of these are going to take off, what the market is going to like, what the market is going to not like. The important thing is that they are happening and that we are all here building on them, experimenting from them, learning from each other, because ultimately, Bitcoin will be interacted with at layers. That's sort of the main thing that I'm trying to get across right now, is that the L1 is the foundational layer, but people will interact with layers of some kind. It is our job to make sure that we build those with the same ethos and with the same principles in mind as Bitcoin itself, which is decentralization and security at the forefront. Thank you.
All right. At the end of Kenny's presentation, he mentioned how developers and entrepreneurs were going from one ecosystem to another, seeing the opportunity, seeing the potential to develop, to build, and to exist in this new and rising community and the thriving ecosystems we talked about earlier today here at Bitcoin Unleashed. But now as these developers, these entrepreneurs, these founders continue to migrate back or over into the Bitcoin economy for the first time, what they're building, is it investable? What are venture capitalists looking for? What is the entire world when it comes to finance and venture looking to invest in around the Bitcoin economy? That's what our next group of panelists are going to be speaking about in our last panel here at Bitcoin Unleashed London. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up with a big, loud, incredibly loud round of applause for our next panel about Are Bitcoin Startups Investable? Please welcome up Trista of DL News and her panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We don't have much time, so I want to get right into it and have you guys introduce yourselves very quickly, and then we can start talking about the investability of Bitcoin startups.
Awesome. I can go ahead. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea. Happy to be here. And it's Friday, so excited to have you all here as well. I'm with Bitcoin Frontier Fund. We run an accelerator program. We invest in startups early stage in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've been in the space since 2021. I think yesterday I mentioned, you've seen a few of our portfolio company startups up here on stage and furthering the Bitcoin ecosystem. So excited to be here.
Afternoon all, Richard Skeet here, managing partner of Hivemind Capital. We are busy across blockchains. Don't judge me too much for that, but we do everything from early stage venture through to token trading, ASIC trading, everything in between, allocating capital to the best of crypto.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah Noor. I'm an investment manager at Outlier Ventures. We are the largest Web3 accelerator focusing on across all ecosystems, but primarily now venturing into Bitcoin. We also have a token launching program, and we've been in the industry since 2013, celebrating our 10th year next year, and investing in early stage companies, predominantly looking at great founders to build in the ecosystem.
Great, I'll jump right in. The macro environment right now is looking pretty rocky. Larry Fink at BlackRock is talking about Bitcoin as a haven asset, but there's the Hamas-Israel conflict. There's lots of global problems. Why Bitcoin? Why go into Bitcoin?
Well, I can jump in. I think for Outlier Ventures, there are three main theses as to why we think Bitcoin is a really lucrative asset to look at founders in this industry. First of all, Bitcoin accounts for 50% of digital assets globally. And underpinning that, there are institutional adoptions coming into Bitcoin. So if you look at corporates, 1.5% of corporates' balance sheets are including Bitcoin in their balance sheets. And thirdly, Bitcoin has an ability to solve the blockchain trilemma. It has security and decentralization. So the scalability aspect is why we think Bitcoin hasn't been able to solve yet. But that's why we're here today, to look at some solutions that include scaling and other avenues that can impact the movement within the macro ecosystem.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and jump on that as well. I think, we've seen, what has happened on Ethereum with EVMs, and the founders there and the builders there have had an opportunity to really try product market fit and really test out different types of solutions. And we're just now really starting to see that being possible on Bitcoin as well. And so I think that's what's really exciting about Bitcoin as the blockchain to be building on currently, not only because we have this kind of lag behind what has worked and seeing and learning from the experience that builders are bringing back from other chains, but then also just it's the right timing in terms of, yeah, it's rocky in the environment. Yeah, things are a little bit crazy right now, but it's also a really good time for builders to be building and thinking about ways to solve some of these issues that we're seeing around the macroeconomics. So I think it really brings it back to the ethos of that initial white paper and thinking about Bitcoin as the solution to these DeFi challenges that we are seeing in the traditional finance space.
For sure. I mean, the backdrop is tough. I think everyone out there, both across the crypto sphere and also TradFi, expects this to end in the same way. They're going to print more dollars, and so everyone's looking for that lifeboat, and so far, Bitcoin, biggest crypto, but still pretty small versus the broader world. We're always looking for ways to help onboard more people, both retail, institutional as well, because the direction looks pretty clear. It's just a case of timing and path dependency.
Yeah. But why Bitcoin, I guess, over Ethereum or other ecosystems?
Simply the quantity is known as much as that. Yeah. It's the Lindy effect. It's the oldest. It's the most recognized. It's the most universal. Obviously, it does one thing very, very well, and the scaling solutions and the things that are starting to be rolled out here will really accelerate that and offer great opportunity on top of the best-in-class security that's already there.
Yeah, and on top of that, if you look at it, it's the oldest, it's the widest adopted, but if you think from an emerging market perspective, it's what a lot of people know. So one of the founders mentioned to me, you have no idea how it feels like to wake up one morning and have your fiat money being 3-4% devalued out of nothing of your control. So naturally, these founders with the ability to build are motivated by such really lucrative asset that can help them overcome some of those inflationary pressures or inability to take control based on the values that Bitcoin brings.
And what layer 1 and layer 2 tech are we seeing developers most excited by when it comes to leveraging, et cetera?
I mean, I think, definitely with SBTC and Nakamoto coming out, that's going to be a huge unlock. We know that Stacks does have a huge community of builders that have been in the space for a while. And at least from what we're hearing, is everyone's, heads down, really trying to, get ready for this to be, the next stage of Stacks as an ecosystem. There's also, there was the ordinals explosion that we had earlier in this year, and just a very different way of looking at Bitcoin and Bitcoin ecosystem and what's possible there. And we're starting to see some of the different use cases with that. So the question, well, for us, my managing partner actually says, and he uses this idea where it's if you have a restaurant, you're a host of a restaurant, you have 2 floors, you're not going to be putting people on the second layer just yet, on the second floor. You need to fill up the first floor first in order for the second floor to make sense, right? So there is this question about, of course, scalability. That's one of the challenges that we're currently seeing, but we're also not seeing the level of transactions and the level of volume in order for that to be a problem just yet. So it turns into kind of this chicken or the egg situation. Do we prepare for that now and start building so that doesn't become a problem later on? Or do we focus on some other infrastructure
that, you know, later down the line we can like tackle that issue. So I think we're seeing builders from like both perspectives really going at it. So it's going to be a matter of bringing in more users as well and getting that adoption, which is going to help us then, I think, as an ecosystem, as a Bitcoin ecosystem, really understand the directions that we're going to need to like pivot or take further down the line.
Richard, what do you think of that?
I just add, sometimes it's the second mouse that gets the cheese. So, you know, being able to see some of the things that have been done before on other chains that perhaps weren't as secure or actually as scalable as anyone thought they would be. You know, there's a lot of lessons to be learned and rolled back in. You know, super excited for the new release on Stacks, what that will offer us all and you know, all you guys developing projects, what you're going to build with that, and being able to learn those lessons the easier way at someone else's expense, not your own.
For us specifically, we're looking at any technologies that can sort of like offload the clogging in the primary mempool. So SBTC and Nakamoto upgrade is one area. We're also looking at anything that looks at discrete log technology. DLC is really interesting. We're seeing lots of builders building on that. Builders leveraging Taproot assets is another thing within the L2 ecosystem. So naturally, there's a lot of builders, smart builders in the ecosystem, and they're going to be attracted to some of these innovative techs.
And some of you have accelerators. I want to talk a little bit about that. How accelerators are supporting the growth of the ecosystem here. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So as I said, you know, we started off with our first accelerator in 2021, particularly focused in the Stacks ecosystem at that point, and it's a 4-month program. I think what we're seeing in the space is, you know, with early stage founders, particularly is going from that like builder mentality to being a founder and the challenges that come with that, especially in the crypto space, especially like being a builder and being a founder just require sometimes the same hat, but sometimes very different hats. So making sure that we support the founders in their journey and understanding how to navigate, you know, just the general ecosystem, how to navigate being able to be prepared to fundraise, be prepared to scale their product. When does it make sense in terms of the market? Like, you know, the first couple of cohorts that we had, we did have some builders that, you know, it was too early in the market for what they were building, you know, and so realizing when's the right time in the market for what they're building to make sense, for there to be actually, you know, kind of like the retention of users as well in the long term is one of the challenges. I think overall in the crypto space, there's a lot of hype sometimes for the beginning of things, but then how do we sustain that? So helping them along, you know, we work very like closely with them. It's kind of like one-on-one coaching around troubleshooting all of these like strategic challenges. Of course, we invest as well in cash, and but I think the biggest value add is definitely both the network, the collaboration, and then the one-to-one troubleshooting and strategy support.
For me, the answer is simple. There are 2 ways to get money for founders. 1, you go and fundraise, and 2, you build products that users want. So the accelerator that Outlier Ventures present helps you in both directions. So we have a 360-degree support for founders who wants to build products in a short time period. So like it's a concentrated effort. So for example, if you're building something for 12 months, within the accelerator, you condense that in 3 months. And then you have support from growth and marketing to build products that, you know, are accessible to users. You get product and tech support to have like some boarding proof to like your ideas. And then you obviously have like the more business development side, how to fundraise, how to like talk to different investors, how do you tap into different networks. And I think accelerators essentially are sort of like a fuel to further accelerate your car in your building. Sorry, building and cars. Maybe I need new analogies.
We know where we're going, it's good. We don't have one, but thankful for you guys who do, right? And we see everything on the other side, so appreciate the efforts.
And Andrea, you mentioned ordinals. Can we talk a little bit more about that and how that works? I know that you were kind of explaining it to me because I'm a newbie in this space, but please talk about it.
Sure. I mean,
because I find it.
I'm by, like, you know, out of my team, I'm like probably the less like tech of it. So I think a lot of people here probably already have heard of it or are, you know, playing around with it as well. But basically, layman's terms, or the way that I understand it, is we're inscribing straight into the blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain layer. So whereas like Stacks is primarily through the smart contracts, sometimes the information is the transaction or the smart contract is on chain. The information can be stored, or the data or content can be stored elsewhere off chain. And with ordinals, it's kind of revolutionary in the sense that you're actually storing that on chain itself. The challenge with that, of course, is like we're using the block space. So we start to have these challenges with, you know, just in terms of like the transaction volumes, just the limited block space that we do have. So it, you know, it brings it back to that question about, you know, do we need to start preparing for scaling in some ways? So ordinals, I think, is one of the reasons why we probably need to start looking at that sooner rather than later.
I always think it's a pet bugbear of mine, perhaps that's the word I think I'm looking for, that people assume that NFTs are also immutable. But if you actually look under the covers of what's being done on a number of chains out there, they're often quite mutable, and they're often actually involve a lot of trust about the central key holder who can change it underneath you. Yes, you'll still own it. Yes, you'll still have the hash, but it probably won't look like what you thought it was. I mean, there's always some level of trust if you're adding utility, but the ability to actually inscribe it on chain and know what it is, and you know, the security model of Bitcoin behind it is a great thing, but scale being the only challenge as that gets bigger.
And I think also what's interesting with ordinals is, like, of course, right now the most prominent use case has been NFTs, let's say, on ordinals, which are just called ordinals. But it's interesting to us to see, you know, how are builders going about it. Like, it's a new way of doing things on Bitcoin, right? So what are some of the potential use cases that we can start to see here? So we're starting to see some DeFi using ordinals. So that's the part where, you know, we're really keeping a close eye on that, and I think that's the exciting component of ordinal specifically. But, you know, I think it's also important to realize, like, there are different technologies that are going to be better at doing some things than others. You know, like in this case, like with ordinals, it's still very early. The most like used case, as I said, is this NFT kind of component. There are some other layers like Stacks that have had the smart contract capability. Now it's just, you know, getting up to make faster transaction speeds and improving the usability from the user side as well, and from the dev side as well. So I think understanding that each of these different technologies have their role in the ecosystem, and that, you know, we don't see them as competing with each other. It's complementary. It's all really building out the ecosystem to be a place where users, you know, can transact from one to another. And I think once we get to that level where it just seems and feels like seamless, like, you know, that's from there, it's, you know, to the moon.
Hanan, anything to add?
Yeah, so the rise of ordinals, BRC20 tokens, inscriptions in the early 2020 was really interesting to observe because, one, there are two sort of like key parameters, like three key trends that happen out of that phenomenon. First is technically it's clogging the mempool, right? So there's a lot of volume coming into the Bitcoin ecosystem because of those movements. But secondly, it's also actually based on what's happening in January 2023, it's bringing a lot of attention and attraction to Bitcoin as an ecosystem to build into. So now you can issue token on Bitcoin. Now you can like innovate. So like learning from what we've built in Ethereum and other ecosystems, some of those lessons can be applicable to the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. So those are the two trends that we've been seeing when talking to founders specifically of what happened within ordinals, inscription, and BRC20 movement. But as of now, the movement is still there, but it's slowing down. So we'll see.
We don't have much time left. I want to get everything in, but I want to know what is surprising you all about this space, or what has shifted maybe recently. We're almost a year from the big kind of earthquake of FTX. What have you seen that's changing, and what do you think we'll be talking about a year from now?
What are the big changes? For me, because Outlier came from a very general ecosystem, so mainly we invest in, so I've gone through the Terra downtown, I've gone through Cosmos ecosystem, Polkadot, Ethereum, like we've been through all these ecosystems, right? My biggest observation with Bitcoin specifically, are like how great the founders are, and I don't mean to FUD, but seriously, people are just, in this ecosystem specifically, they have some sort of like ideological motivations underpinning them, and they're like working towards the community. So when I speak to one founder, at the end of the session, almost always they'll refer me to 5 other founders, which I didn't see in other ecosystems. So that's very refreshing to see. And the sort of innovations, truthfully, some of them are replicating what happens in other ecosystems, which makes sense. In order for you to build a house, you need to have like the proper infrastructure, you need to have the proper sort of like building blocks, right? And I think Bitcoin ecosystem is going through the same phase. So we have to have the right infrastructure and layer 2 building on this. We need to have like the proper DeFi ecosystem, and then all the other applications layer can follow on.
Yeah, I think for us, it's. I mean, we've been bullish in the space for a while now, so the founders in the space don't cease to amaze us in terms of just I think the drive and the gumption, I love that word, the gumption to be in the space, because as yesterday in some of the panels, it's a difficult space to be building in, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really I think, and that's why I think the community collaboration component is so important. It's going to be challenging. You guys are all like trailblazers out there in a way, and so. Understanding, I think for us, it's more kind of like how can we continue to support that, because there is an ideology, there is kind of like a certain like belief and values that we hold true, and we believe that Bitcoin, is in a way, like I said earlier, like a solution to some of these like larger DeFi financial like issues that we're seeing. So how can we continue to support builders in this particular space to make sure that they're making the right decisions, making the right moves, doing it at the right time? I think the use cases that are coming up, as I said, DeFi on ordinals is going to be quite interesting. I'm super excited to see what happens with the Nakamoto release, and all of the teams that we know have been kind of like on standby. I think that's going to be a huge unlock. So I think those are the probably like 2 things. And of course, let's see what happens in the macro ecosystem with, the Bitcoin halving and stuff, the Bitcoin ETF. There's a lot of these signals happening in general that I think Bitcoin is a space that if you haven't been watching it, you should be looking closely.
Yeah, I think you should be looking closely for absolute certain. Hands up, personally, this bear market has run a lot longer, a lot deeper, a lot more painful than ever expected. It keeps on running. And the Bitcoin community, again, has this strength, which is truly impressive. As we may well look back and see the era of alt L1s as just a flash in the pan and didn't really work out. And the ability for the community to stick together, push forward these new releases, super excited about Nakamoto and what that will unlock. Why do it elsewhere when you can do it here on the original biggest and best? Seems straightforward.
We don't have much time left, so any closing thoughts that I didn't ask? Do jump in.
Well, I'm looking for founders, so if you're interested, holla at me. Yeah. So if you're building in anything relating to DeFi, infrastructure, building that's the future of Bitcoin through more efficient energy, as well as using ordinals, inscription, BRT20, we're interested to speak to you, and we're interested to help you. So yeah.
I'll second that. We have applications open until the 31st, so we're launching our next cohort in December. Really excited to see, what's coming through the pipeline. I think it's going to be a great year just overall, and leading up to that timeline with like Nakamoto and everything. That on the one hand, and then on the other hand, I did want to mention, because the community and collaboration component has been something that has been echoing in my mind since coming to these spaces. I think all of us are going to have to do a really good job at making sure we maintain that
as the ecosystem continues to grow and build. We're all going to be stewards of this space. We all need to kind of, you know, bring a buddy along and show them and introduce them, orange pill them. So I think, you know, that's something that's very unique to this ecosystem, and I think we need to just be very mindful of that. I think oftentimes when we're in this bubble, we tend to forget that. But as you know, we were having this conversation yesterday, just seeing how it is in the other ecosystems. That's definitely one of the biggest like value adds of Bitcoin and the Bitcoin community.
I'm afraid, again, I don't have an accelerator to offer you, but you know, yeah, you can. I'm easily findable if you have projects you want to talk about. You know, we are still actively allocating. So.
Are you seeing more TradFi come in, Richard?
Honestly, it's slow going. Is the answer. You know that. There's a distinct reticence there. It will come. There's definitely some FOMO. Some old colleagues of mine do call me up, and certainly in first quarter this year, they were very excited, and then that excitement has waned as the year has gone on. But you know, Bitcoin's the gateway drug. It's the easiest way in. Right? So seeing activity and projects and things going on here, that's what will bring people in. And you know, the ETF will help. How much extra incremental demand, I don't know. The halving will clearly help, but it's the app layer, you know, building things on top that will really bring the users and the value.
I love that term, gateway drug. I'm going to use that from now on. Well, we have a tiny bit of time left, so if you have any closing thoughts, but otherwise, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Krista.
Done.
Thank you all very much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be your host today and yesterday here at Bitcoin Unleashed London. We have had 2 thrilling days talking about everything that is happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem, everything from the infrastructure level to the scaling to regulation to venture capital, as we just discussed, deeper technical dives, the application layer, and what's to come for all those building on Bitcoin. And hopefully for you at home and all of you here today are inspired to build something unique in this ecosystem. And if you have, make sure to check out as well the EZA Hackathon that we're going to be taking place this weekend. And here in London, there's a number of Bitcoin-based events and meetups to participate in over the coming days. It is clear after these 2 days that London and the UK are not just an emerging crypto hub, but are in fact a crypto hub themselves and are very flourishing with opportunities for those developers, founders, and entrepreneurs out there in the world. An incredibly large thank you to each and every single one of our sponsors that made this event possible and brought us all here today. A big thank you to Hero Systems, to Gamma, to Xverse, to the Alex team, to Solvern, to IOV Labs, to EZA, again, who's hosting the hackathon this weekend, to Dspread, Megapont, to Leather Wallet, and also to the Stacks Foundation for helping to organize and coordinate this entire effort. And to our local community partners, and a special shout out to the Stacks London chapter, who represents the Stacks community here on site. A big thank you to the entire technical teams, the production team, to all of you at home for tuning in, and all of you here today who've joined us. Again, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be your host here at Bitcoin Unleashed London. Until next time, I'm Kyle Ellicott. Take care, everybody.